at 6 p.m. So I will call the meeting to order. I want to thank everyone again for joining. I'm Mayor Ashley Stolzman, and because of COVID-19, our meeting's being held electronically and is being recorded. To request permission to speak during public comment periods, an attendee can raise their hand by clicking the raise hand button that you'll find at the bottom of your screen. Attendees calling in can dial *9 on their phone and a raised hand will appear on your behalf. When I acknowledge the member of the public and the clerk unmutes you, please tell us your name, your address, and whatever you'd like to tell us. Each person will have 3 minutes for their comments. If you'd like to speak on a different topic, you'll need to raise your hand again. Thank you so much for helping us to maintain meeting decorum by following these directions. And I'll ask City Clerk Muth for a roll call.
Mayor Stolzman?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney? Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Councilmember Dickinson?
Here.
Councilmember Fahey?
Here.
Councilmember Lay?
Here.
Councilmember Most?
Here.
Thank you, everyone. And I saw Mayor Pro Tem Maloney in the list, so he must be having computer trouble, and I'm sure he'll be right back on. Could I please get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second from Councilmember Brown. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, everyone. The motion carries. And that takes us to our public comment period for items that are not on our agenda. So I know a couple people have had their hands up the entire time since they've been logged on, but this section of the meeting is really for comments that are not coming on an agenda item that's later in our meeting, and we'll have public comments on those topics when they arise. So this first period is really just for folks to make comments on things that are not on our agenda, or if they only appear on our consent agenda. So if you would like to make a comment on an item that's not on our agenda, please raise our hand and let us know what you'd like to tell us. And just as a reminder, you'll tell us your name and your address, and then you'll have 3 minutes to tell us what you would like to tell us. First, we have Frank Price.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Frank Price, 837 Trail Ridge Drive in the Summit. Unfortunately, total loss of our property in the Marshall Fire a month ago. The topic I wanted to raise up is under insurance. I don't believe it's on the agenda. If it is, we can defer it. Myself, my family, like many folks possibly on this call or affected by the Marshall fires, are woefully underinsured in our dwelling coverage. Our insurers, Allstate. They've been collaborative and helpful, but nevertheless are looking at a situation where they have estimated our replacement or rebuild cost of our property at about 50% of the actual costs. I've gotten quotes from 3 contractors and actually have a project estimator tool from DAJ. Andy's been great and provided that. And all of those are in line to be about double what we were insured for. We moved into Louisville in 2020 and had our policy renewed in last summer. And just wanted to really bring this to the attention of the city council, because we're going to need assistance at local government to represent this at the state level. The insurance, issue at large, hopefully is going to be represented by others here in this meeting and just in general. And maybe you guys have heard a little bit about it. But really where the challenge lies in this is many of us want to remain in Louisville, love the city, and want to stay as residents. And to rebuild here without that insurance coverage for those replacement cost policies is going to be a huge challenge. The insurers are the actual ones that estimate the cost to rebuild. They have actually guided me in the case with Allstate to consider reducing our coverage, saying that we actually have a declining cost at our last renewal of build materials. And this was something that led us to hold tight on our coverage. We didn't, in fact, reduce it. But like I said, we're about 50%, 40% with the riders and the additional things they have that can kick in when we incur costs, 40% under what estimated rebuild costs will be, which are likely to climb within the year. So I just wanted to put that on record. Again, Frank Price, my wife is Deborah Price, love Louisville, appreciate all the hard work you guys are doing. I can't imagine, how much time and energy is going in from your end to support all of us. But I can imagine, what total loss survivors are going through, because we're living it and it's very hard on our families. And we don't want it to be harder by spending so much time fighting insurance. It should be an easy thing. Your help would be greatly appreciated. And I thank you guys for the time.
Thank you very much. And it looks like a lot of folks have their hand up in the queue for items that are not on our agenda. And I just want to remind everyone, if you want to comment on an item that's later in the meeting, there'll be public comments on those periods then. And just seeing the number of hands that we have in the queue for public items not on the agenda, I just want to set expectations that we'll take comments on items not on the agenda until 6:30. And then we will continue with the meeting, but we'll take up additional time at the end of the meeting to hear any remaining public comments on items not on the agenda to a certain point in the night. So I just want to let everyone know that's how we'll handle it. And so next on public items on comments on items not on our agenda, we have Sean Howe. Sean, you might be muted on your end. We are not hearing you. Sorry about that. I'm not sure if your microphone is enabled correctly on your side. If you want to try logging out and logging back in, or logging on in a different device and then raise your hand again, we'll go ahead and get you called on. Next, we have Debbie Hazman.
Yes, hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So first of all, I just wanted to thank City Council and administration and the staff for all your compassionate and hard work to address the many needs resulting from the fire disaster. And I support all efforts by our city to help our community members rebuild, and I'm here to speak about affordability. I believe there are options to support affordability if we as a city will be flexible. So I would ask you to consider new and creative ways to make homes more affordable. And here are some ideas for doing that. We can have allow for smaller footprint homes for rebuilds. We can allow for accessory dwelling units to be built, and this will allow homeowners to have rental incomes and contribute to their ability to rebuild and provide some much needed rental housing. We could allow for duplexes and triplexes and townhomes to be built in areas. This can help create rental housing as well as create a revenue stream for homeowners. We could allow for pre-manufactured housing components, and we could create a library of pre-approved plans, which include a variety of housing types and price points. So I am most concerned about our low to mid-income homeowners who may not have had sufficient insurance for this unprecedented disaster. And so creating options for homeowners through code and zoning changes, our city will be supporting those who have lost so much. Before the fire, we had a housing crisis where many could not afford to live here. And now this terrible event has increased the urgency with which we have to address what the city can do to allow for different, flexible, and creative building, home owning, and rental options. So thank you very much for all of your work on this and for carefully considering the many needs. And again, I'm Debbie Hazman, and my address is 247 South Lark in Louisville. I forgot to say that at the beginning, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Debbie. Next, we have Sonali Marlin.
Yeah, hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect, great. Hi, this is Sonali Marlin. I live on 847 Trail Ridge Drive, or actually used to live there for 16 years. We lost our home as well as 27 other homes in the neighborhood. And I'm really here to talk to you guys about the massive underinsurance problem that most of us with destroyed homes is facing. Out of our small set of destroyed homes in our neighborhood, I've heard of maybe 2 or 3 people that are getting 100% replacement from their insurance companies. Personally, looking at, again, numbers from reputable builders in the area, we are $250,000 to $500,000 underinsured to rebuild our home, given current building prices. I'm really here because there's been this portrayal in the media that we've seen that it's negligence or laziness on part of homeowners, and that is really not true. I do believe this was a total failure on the part of the insurance industry. We trusted our agents to cover us for replacement costs. This is not just one person's problem. This is really a crisis across the entire community. We simply cannot afford to rebuild the homes we've lost with the numbers that insurance is giving us. I strongly believe our agents knew what the building costs were, or should have. That's their industry, that's their business. And costs were rising rapidly, and there was no action taken to alert us to that and suggest changes to our premiums to cover us. I'm really here to request you as our elected officials to please help elevate our concerns to state and federal politicians. We need help. We're not asking for handouts, but we need real solutions and real relief. This is a problem that we are facing currently. Hundreds of us that we can't rebuild in our beloved communities, and our kids have been uprooted, and we're just helpless here. And this is also a problem, I think, in the future, because we are seeing this trend of systemically being underinsured and not being able to replace our homes. So thank you so much for your support. And I would please encourage you to help us come back to our beloved community.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Marie Jensen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thanks. I'm touched by Sonali Marlin's story and know that I have heard that story from so many Louisvillians that I really do hope, as Debbie Hazman said, that the council will look at new and creative ways to help people rebuild that might include some rental homes through either townhomes, duplexes, accessory dwelling units. As much as a crisis as this is, we actually have an opportunity to be creative and thoughtful and to rethink how we build in Louisville. And I know you're going to be talking about energy later, but we know that single family, large lot residential is the most energy inefficient, most carbon intensive kind of building. And so as you think about how we help people rebuild who really want to stay here, I'm hoping you will consider those kinds of more multifamily rentals, duplexes, ADUs, things that will create rental units, as well as allowing people, maybe someone had a 4,000 foot home, they can't afford to rebuild it, but they could build two 2,000 square foot townhomes and rent one side, and it blend in with the neighborhood. It doesn't have to be lacking in quality. It could be something that would create a rental as well as give them a way to stay in town. So I want to thank you for paying attention to this and hope that you will schedule another hearing sort of like this one to look into the affordability issue and ways that we can help homeowners who want to rebuild find ways to do it in the money that they have. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Richard Morgan.
Good morning, or good evening, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, members of our council. This is Richard Morgan, 644 West Pine Street. I guess I'd like to begin just by thanking council and the city and staff on the frequency of communication and the resources being made available, to the victims of the Marshall Fire. By the grace of God, my home survived, but nearby 2 others did not. And the neighborhood above mine is gone. It's completely shocking and sad. The healing has only begun, and we have a long road to go, but I do believe our community is the embodiment of that 0027 strong. On a similar note, I was very pleased to learn today in the Daily Camera that our top employer and medical service provider, Vista Hospital, is looking to relocate and expand to the Red Tail Ridge. This is, in my opinion, excellent news. And I think that we can all get behind this benevolent company and cherished employer. I'd also like to thank former Councilman Lipton and Mayor Stolzman, yourself, for your editorial input in that article. It's clearly evident that had the Monarch school system been in session, that intersection at 88th Street and Campus Drive would have been a disaster. I know one of the major benefits of approving Red Tail Ridge would include multiple access points through this development. I know City Council received a letter by more than 80 Monarch teachers pleading for a resolution to the dead end road and improving safety in the area. I would just like to say that I thank you for your support of this important development that will, at a minimum, bring the vital safety in connections through this campus and in this area. Thank you very much for your support in that.
Thank you, Richard. Next, we have Alex Bradley.
Hi, my name is Alex Bradley. I live at 1385 Caledonia Circle in Louisville. I wanted to thank the City Council and City staff for listening to the concerns of the community about air quality monitoring and for trying to find some solutions. It was really great to see the announcement today. I would like to ask if it's possible to add the VOC monitoring to the city buildings. I know that you can contact Purple Air and they have some special little addition that you can add to the monitoring device to do the VOC monitoring. But just big, huge, massive thank yous. You guys have been working so hard, and it just is so great to have representatives that actually listen to the community's concerns. So kudos to all of you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Erin Lindsey.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, perfect. Hi, my name is Erin Lindsey. I lost a home at 826 Trail Ridge Drive. I'm currently insured by Travelers, and I'm here to speak to you about the massive underinsurance issue that we're facing, specifically with respect to dwelling coverage. I had a 4,000 square foot home. Quotes that we're getting absolute basement level are for about $325, and that's for a home that's got really, really cheap finishings in it. I had a custom home with a lot of intricate architectural detail. Those quotes are coming in at about 450 to 600 square feet, dollars per square feet. If you were to add up all of the coverage that I have, that we're currently covered for less than $190 per square foot. When you add up and do all of the math, even if I were to throw in all of the extended coverage, all of my coverage for my personal possessions, everything, I'm still short by somewhere in the ballpark of about $660,000 to $860,000. My husband and I have done a lot to prepare for catastrophic events, but even this is more than what we can shoulder on our own. I have personally reached out to my insurance at multiple times throughout the years, asking for more coverage. They have denied me, emphatically insisting that I had enough coverage and that there was no way that the building costs would exceed my limit amount. I've also checked in with them at multiple points throughout the years, asking, do I have enough? Am I okay? And I was emphatically reassured again and again that I had enough. And now I've lost my home. And if you do the math at price per square foot, I'm underinsured by something more or less. I'm getting about half of what I would actually need to rebuild my home. I hear what the community is asking for in terms of opening creative solutions for different home arrangements in the buildings. And while I'm all in favor of that, for what that could do for the community, that is not an appropriate solution for the people who are here, who have lost their homes. What we need is to not have our net worth be completely demolished by the negligence of the insurance companies. We need you guys to leverage your connections with local government here at the state level and advocate for us, really go to bat and try and get whatever you can to make it so that the insurance companies are forced to come and play ball and renegotiate contracts in the aftermath of this situation. There is tremendous precedent for it. And we really just need your help. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate that you want to know and that you're listening and that you've put out that survey. We would be interested in seeing the data, the results of that survey once you have it. But thank you again just for listening.
Thank you. Next we have T. Samaru.
Hello. Hi. My name is Tanya Samaru, and my house was at 944 Larkspur Lane. So I just want to thank you, Mayor and councilors, for all your work so far in getting us through this disaster. I have a note about insurance, which is that as we navigate this underinsurance catastrophe, I hope you will help people navigate this further point, which is that we have some insurance riders that we can only use in certain situations. And one of them is the ordinance and law rider, which applies to code upgrades. And there seems to be a misunderstanding going around that if you get rid of all the code upgrades, you can take that money and apply it towards rebuilding your house. But that's not the way it works, as far as I understand. And in order to help the public get the most money from their insurance company for the policies they've paid for, they need to be able to avail themselves of that entire rider and use it. And I just hope that you will help spread the word among the public so we don't end up changing the code in a way that doesn't actually serve the purposes of rebuilding the community. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Martha.
Thank you for your hard work, especially over the past month. I'm a third-generation Coloradan whose relatives were hardworking railroad people, farmers, and ranchers on the Western Slope. I've been in Boulder County for almost 40 years, Louisville for 26, and my heritage is to respect nature and preserve the beauty of her resources. Unfortunately, I'm one of the many who lost the home in December. I'm asking you for common decency to your fellow citizens to relieve us from the net zero 2021 building codes. Most, if not all, of us are underinsured due to supply chain issues, inflation, and the insurance industry. And this new code seems like a cruel government mandate, which would add to our trauma. If we build to the 2018 standards, our homes will be more energy efficient than most in Louisville and Boulder County. I know that you're on the council to serve people, to draw us together, and to encourage diversity. The new codes will prohibit some from rebuilding, and sadly, we will lose residents who love Louisville. These are horribly unusual times. Please respond with your heart and allow us to move forward with hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have, we'll try Sean Howe again. And just see if that was fixed.
Hi.
There we
Can
go.
you hear me? Oh, good. Okay. I tried my phone instead. So I am also in the neighborhood up on Trail Ridge Drive, 845 Trail Ridge Drive. My husband and I have lived in Louisville for 20 years. We lived at that address for 16 years. And we chose Louisville to raise our kids and to have our family. My husband is a pediatric dentist in Louisville, and it's rare for us to go out and not run into kids who come up to the table while we're eating at a restaurant and show him their lost tooth. We love this community and we want to come back, but we are also really underinsured. The unique part about our scenario is that we bought our policy on December 7th, 2021. That is 20 some days before the fire. I switched carriers. I got a new policy. I was quoted $542,000 as the replacement cost of my 4,000 square foot home. I believe that was in order to be competitive and to get my business. But what it turns out to mean for me is that I have nowhere near enough money to rebuild my house. I've managed to negotiate this up from the insurance company because of the timing. And my agent has been helpful in doing that. But in the end, we are still $500,000 to $600,000 short to rebuild our home. The reality is this was a recent quote, and I just feel that it's negligent and almost fraudulent. And I can't believe that anybody in their own industry would be able to continue this way if this is how they represented themselves. So I'm asking the council to realize that these are not just people who neglected their policies. These are insurance companies, large, politically powerful companies who have systemically underinsured our community. And I really think it would be helpful if our representatives spoke up again at the state level and at the federal level. We love Louisville. We want to come back. And we really, really hope that you'll help us to do that. The codes and things will help, but it's a bigger problem than that, in my opinion. And I really thank you for all the work that you're doing to help us to rebuild and to return. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have David Bachrach.
Hi. I actually just want, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm at 138 Cherrywood Lane. I've been here 30 years. My house survived in a neighborhood that lost 15 homes. I want to thank you guys for all your work. I kind of wanted to just reiterate what a lot of other people are saying, especially this last woman. I just spoke to my agent the other day about my coverage, and he basically told me my coverage was enough, that the quotes that people are getting about building costs are not true. And then he quoted me some really lowball number for removing of my insulation. So even yesterday, after everybody's talking about being underinsured, everybody's getting all these quotes about what it takes to build a house. You know, I still have an agent who's saying that's not true. You know, you have enough coverage, and I clearly don't have enough. So I just want to support everyone who's going through this. I agree, it is fraudulent and negligent on these agents' parts to be selling policies that are so underfunded, and that they're so removed from what the realistic cost of rebuilding is. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Next, we have Bob A.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, my name is Bob Anastasi. My wife and I have lived at 839 Trail Ridge Drive for 30 years. Our house was located in the Summit neighborhood, just behind the fire station. Our three kids all grew up in this house, and the Summit was a great place to raise children. It was a family-friendly neighborhood, and just a great neighborhood to live in general. My wife and I, now 66 and 64 respectively, we've been talking about retiring in a few years, and we've been counting on the sale of our house to provide a portion of the monies that we need in order to do that. And now that's all up in the air, because like several people have already mentioned in the meeting, my house, which was destroyed in the fire, and like those people, I'm underinsured to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now, this is not because I tried to save pennies on my insurance bill. To the contrary, every time I met with my insurance broker, I specifically asked for replacement coverage insurance to make sure that I would have enough money to rebuild should something as disastrous as my house burning down occur. And knowing that I had this replacement coverage, I slept easier, knowing that I was covered, or so I thought. My replacement coverage policy added another 50% above and beyond my base dwelling coverage. And this is using the numbers that my insurance broker was telling me was enough for my home to be covered. And I'm adding another 50% above that with this replacement. And yet with this additional coverage, I have found that I'm going to be short in being able to rebuild my house by $500,000 or more. I've heard some of the people talk also on this call talk about other options for building, allowing houses that can be on smaller footprints and duplexes and things like that. And that's all great should somebody want to build a house like that. But for those of us that just want to rebuild our house that we have lived in, raised families in, what we need is to have the ability to do that. And that means having the insurance companies step up where they need to step up. And I know that's not something you can control, but you can help leverage with the state insurance commission. And like somebody else mentioned, it would be helpful if you can look at things when it comes to some of the code issues that we have to address in our rebuilding. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And so I just want to take a quick informal poll of the council. So the plan was to take public comment through 6:30, and then we'll add additional time at the end of the meeting for the additional public comment. Seeing there are 4 hands remaining, I want to know from council if you want to take the remaining 4 now, or if you want to take them at the end. So Dennis has decided 4 means take them now.
Yeah, I agree.
People are okay. All right, so we will take the remaining 4 comments on public comments on items not on the agenda now. The next commenter is Mark Cathcart.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff, especially residents who've suffered and lost everything. My heart goes out to you. I'm at 1763 Sweet Clover Lane, up in North End. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I've been troubled very much by a lot of what I'd heard and read before tonight, and especially now, hearing from residents who are, suffering from all these underinsurance issues. I'd like to propose a slightly left of field idea that may help to address some of the issues and provide a structure to the rebuilding and redevelopment of the neighborhoods affected. I won't try to fit in an explanation of my idea into a 3-minute slot tonight, because I know I'll fail. If the council feels this is something worth considering, if it's not something you've already had discussions about, I'm more than willing to give up as much time as it will take, as soon as you need to hear from me to discuss this in meetings or just one-on-one. But the sort of summary is that in 1948, the British government set about rehousing some 800,000 people after the Second World War. They did that not by centrally just mandating what had to get built. They did it by creating what were called new town commissions, semi-governmental organizations who took care at a local level of building what was necessary. So they had some ownership, they had some planning, they had planning responsibility, they had design, all that sort of stuff. They did loads of things wrong. I grew up in what I think Americans would call a tract home, but they did a lot of things right, and they built nearly 900,000 housing units. So if the city feels that there is something that we could do that would help us address what's really happening now, is lots of houses that were probably built as part of subdivisions are now essentially getting quoted as custom homes, right? Rebuilds. There's no coordination between builders as far as I can see, and loads of other things that we could do with a smaller group that had semi-governmental organization reporting to the city.
Thank you, Mark. And next we have Carolyn Steffel.
Thank you. I used to live at 459 Muirfield Circle in Louisville, also a complete loss. I have children at Monarch K-8 and Monarch High School. And I wanted to just build on Richard's comments about the health and safety issues for that middle school and high school. It terrifies me dropping them off. It takes me 20 minutes to just get in, some days just to get from the street into the parking lot. Maybe not 20, but at least 10. And I can't conceive of what would have happened if those schools had been in session when this fire occurred, because there's no way we could have gotten those kids out. There's 1,500 kids at the high school and probably 700 kids at the elementary school. Even if you said everybody hop in cars, they could not get out. My high school student and her friends talk about this and they're terrified. They also talk about, what if there's a school shooter? How would they get out? They don't know a way to get out. And so the city has the power of eminent domain, so does the school district. We should not wait until Ridgetail gets redeveloped. This is something that should be taken care of immediately. There's a cow pasture that you could put a street through and provide an egress. And for safety reasons, I think it's really important. And we need to tell our children we have their backs, because they're actually very worried about this right now too.
Thank you. Next, we have Scott Mclaughlin. Scott, you might be muted on your side.
Hi, Scott McLaughlin. I lived at 948 St. Andrews Lane. Our home was a total loss, including our 3 cars. I'm a volunteer firefighter who fought the fire on my own street. And then in Rock Creek with Westminster Fire. My question has to do with debris removal. With haulers and equipment operators having to be HAZWOPER certified, I'm finding it's causing problems finding companies to perform the mitigation at a reasonable price that our insurance will cover. And it's also not clear to me whether all homeowners have to wait until all lots have been mitigated before we can rebuild. So if that's something you could clarify, I would appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. And the last commenter that had their hand up during the period is Susan Nadell.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, I joined late, so I don't know what people said beforehand, but I thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment. I am Susan Nadell, and my home and all of our belongings were destroyed in the Marshall Fire. I feel like we ought to do everything possible to mitigate future disasters in our state and our country and the world by building back using the most sustainable materials available and become a model for sustainable communities. I'm really heartbroken that many of my neighbors are asking the City Council to roll back the 2021 building code and the other requirements that you adopted last fall. We did suffer so much trauma having our homes and neighborhood destroyed by the Marshall wildfire and the accompanying strong winds that changed a small controllable fire into a devastating catastrophe. But make no mistake, this was a result of the continuing saga of bigger storms all over the US and world due to the Earth's human-caused climate disruption. We all have the unique opportunity to build back better and lower our greenhouse gas emissions by following those energy codes that you so wisely adopted. You know, I feel that I too am underinsured, but it's still a priority for me and my family to build back a more sustainable home. And I don't know if there have been other comments, but I do understand that there is a movement afoot to help this community build back and with a stricter codes, perhaps even all electric. The state is stepping in. There's some private equity firms or just foundations that might help. So I really hope that you will not make a decision, gather more information, see what resources are gathering at this time to help us, our community, to build back in a sustainable manner. And hopefully we can become really a model of how to build a sustainable community, even in this, you know, horrific catastrophe that we're all experiencing. We need to take a breath and really look what type of future we want for our kids, for our grandkids. Do we want to continue to have short-term reactions and panic rather than really find creative ways to build more sustainably and help out our planet? Thank you again.
Thank you. And so we will add additional time at the end of the meeting for additional public comment because hands just keep coming up. And so after item G, 7G, we'll add in additional public comment at that time. That takes us to our consent agenda this evening. Could I please get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Councilmember Dickinson moved. Councilmember Fahey, which is the second.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. I have a motion from Councilmember Dickinson and a second from Councilmember Brown. Any discussion of the consent agenda? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
And just confirming, because since it was late, Mayor Pro Tem Maloney, were you in favor of the consent agenda? All right, thank you. So the consent agenda passes unanimously, and that takes us to our council informational comments on pertinent items not on the agenda. I just want to take a moment to let everyone know that it's National Black History Month, and President Biden wrote a very nice proclamation that I'd like to read the first bit for you all, and I'd encourage everyone to read the proclamation in their own time. Each February, National Black History Month serves as both a celebration and a powerful reminder that Black history is American history. Black culture is American culture, and Black stories are essential to the ongoing story of America. Our faults, our struggles, our progress, and our aspirations. Shining a light on Black history today is as important as understanding ourselves and growing stronger as a nation as it has ever been. That's why it's essential that we take time to celebrate the immeasurable contributions of Black Americans, honor the legacies and achievements of generations past, and reckon with the centuries of injustice, and confront these injustices that still fester today. The entire proclamation is quite moving, and so I would encourage folks to read it. And our library is hosting several different programs, discussion topics, and book clubs this month. So please go and look into those. And our History Museum is taking some time to celebrate as well. So please check it out when you have time. Councilmember Most?
Yes, just a quick comment. Someone brought this up during the public comment section. This is something that I'm very concerned about. Obviously, I have a personal interest. My daughter goes to Monarch High School. I have long been uncomfortable with the fact that we don't have a secondary access road, and I always felt it was because I was worried about something happening at school and the first responders being able to get there. Clearly, it's a problem. My understanding is that BBSD has the access to put a road in. I would like to see at the very least an emergency road put in. It doesn't have to be a full paved extension of the road, but at least an emergency road if there's an emergency. And I hope that that's something the city and the city council will take up with the school district. I would like to see that emergency road put in the spring. I think we just can't let this sit any longer, regardless of development or anything else. So I just wanted to raise that as an issue.
Thank you, Councilmember Most. And I know we probably all would be eager to discuss the topic, but I just want to remind all council members not to respond to each other since it's not on our agenda tonight, but I know we would all be very interested in putting that on a future agenda. Any other council comments on items not on the agenda tonight? That takes us to our city manager's report.
Nothing additional, Mayor.
Thank you. That takes us to our first item of regular business this evening, which is discussion direction on building code considerations. We'll have a staff presentation from our planning director, Lisa Ritchie.
Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Principal Planner Lisa Ritchie here to present this item for you tonight. In addition to myself, we have Chad Root, who is our Chief Building Official, Rob Zacara, the Planning Building Safety Director, Katie Baum, our Sustainability Coordinator, and then we have Anna McCullough from Group 14 on tonight to answer any questions as we work through the topics. So first up, we just want to acknowledge that there are some discussions in addition to the energy code, which we're going to get to. I am going to touch briefly on what are called the wildland urban interface type building codes. And so generally there are codes out there, and particularly in a lot of communities in Colorado, where wildfire interacts with our built environment. And so there's a lot of resources out there and some scientific evidence around how these codes generally can improve building safety and building performance. I do want to acknowledge that at this point in time for the Marshall Fire, we are still in a learning phase of all of this. And so while again, academic studies generally reflect improved building performance as a result of WUI codes and wildland environments, additional study would be required to understand the Louisville context. Generally, what that means, best practice, is that versions or different categories of this codes are applied within 1.5 miles of the edge of the wildland. In this case, I'd say we're still learning and evaluating this event. We're not prepared at this time to make a recommendation on the applicable geography for where these building codes could apply. And as we see the evidence out there, Marshall Fire reached homes adjacent to open space and open lands, vacant property, and as well as through developed areas. But it does not appear to have extended 1.5 miles in from the edge of the community. So if council's interested in continuing on this, we would need to do more study. And generally, wildland urban interface codes include standards to protect structures from fire from an exterior source. So this is different than how we probably, think about fire sprinklers and other fire protection from the inside. So these are really protective measures when fire comes from the outside. Staff is considering which sections of the wildland urban interface might be most appropriate. But for now, we believe that there's a section within there called Section 505, and that it's called Class 2 ignition resistant construction. And it really regulates kind of the exterior of the structure to protect it from fire. And this is in addition to the fire sprinklers that would be required on all of these reconstructed homes. Those have been required in Louisville since 2015. Generally, though, we acknowledge that sprinklers reduce risk from fire interior to a structure, and we would need to understand more about how sprinklers could have affected and reduced the impact on a wildland type fire. With that, we are suggesting, I think if City Council is interested in adopting and further exploration of these wildland codes, we would suggest an incentive program here in Louisville to recognize that there's community benefit by building to a fire resistant standard. That could come in the form of a rebate or a building fee waiver, offset through other funds, things like that. But before we really spend a lot more time as staff on this topic, there's a lot we still have to learn, but we really wanted to check in with City Council to understand general support level for consideration of portions of the WUI codes, the wildland urban interface codes for reconstructive homes, general support level for an incentive type program, or alternatively, additional study to make this a requirement for rebuilds, and then what, if any, additional information you all desire as a council. So I'm going to pause here to see what questions you have. And again, we just want to check in with you.
So we just so that we can take all the public comment in one period tonight, I would encourage council members to ask questions of staff that you might have, and we'll have more of a discussion and direction once we understand where the public comes from as well. So if we could just stick to questions, and we'll save our comments and debate for after we've received public comment. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Planner Ritchie. I just had a couple of questions on, let me see which page it is. So on page 2 of the staff report, down at the bottom, it talks about the typical code includes. The very first item is structure, density, and location. So the question I have on that one is, I just think of some of these neighborhoods where you had the catastrophic situation where they're all burned. We're not going to be changing lots. And so, I think these were set up, given the contours of the land and look and feel and so forth. How could we make a change in that particular one, or can we?
That's a great question. And so I think from staff's perspective, there's, again, as I alluded to, more in the staff report, less here verbally tonight. There are a range of different types of measures that could be applied through a code. The structure density isn't one that I don't think staff would recommend or is considering. Really, the recommendations that we would be proposing for further consideration and study would really regulate the construction of the building itself. Because you're right, these are platted lots. There's a development expectation. There's neighborhoods that have been established with those. And so I think to require or restrict homeowners beyond that is a whole other conversation that we're not prepared to have. And I think that the complexity level would be high.
Thank you. And then my next thing is just a comment. I think that I have a lot of interest in this, especially given with the winds we had, as I've said earlier in meetings, I believe this was a climate event. We had extraordinary winds at a time when it ignited somehow. So I guess I pause with this being something in our code. I guess I'd like to hear from my colleagues on council, but I am interested in making sure that homeowners are aware of some of these things like the building materials, construction, vegetation management. So if they choose, that they could employ some of these ideas and, we could provide some guidance there. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Most.
Just to tag on to Mayor Pro Tem Maloney's comments. I mean, before the city staff even has a chance to study it, we can certainly, if we can find a way to make this available and digestible to homeowners. So with everything else they're trying to ingest at this point, I think that would be helpful. And then, I assume at this point, Director Ritchie, we have no idea of any kind of cost associated with this, and that would be something that would be coming with the further staff analysis. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that is correct. I think we have, some idea as far as cost on the building materials, and some of these materials are fairly common, when we think about like the hardy board siding instead of wood siding. But yes, to give you a true cost estimate, we're not prepared to share that tonight.
Councilmember Fahey.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so I have a question for Planner Ritchie also. So when you're doing the research on, the costs and the effectiveness, are you going to look at the results of houses that had some of these features? Because I have heard about houses that were, stucco with metal roofs and they still are gone. And so I would need to see how effective these things are in a wildfire situation.
Absolutely. I mean, so staff did some initial survey of building permit records and of structures that are still standing to try, particularly within the most affected areas, to try and understand if there was a reason why some of these structures are still standing. And in some cases, it may be attributable to maybe an upgraded siding or a new roof that was replaced in a manner that is more consistent with these codes. In some cases, we don't have evidence of, we don't understand why a structure was saved. Maybe it was due to fire personnel in the field. And then to your opposite point, we probably lost a lot of structures that, we could probably say with certainty we lost structures that even if they had been built to this standard, they still would have been effective. The other thing on that is there's academic researchers in the field, like as we speak, right, studying the Marshall Fire and how buildings performed. And so this is tough because we're in a period where we need to make decisions to inform how home builders or homeowners are going to be rebuilding. But we're not in a position to have specific information for the Marshall Fire. We do have, there's a lot of academic studies on how these codes work within other areas, but we would need to take the time to understand how they would be effective here.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Dickinson.
Yeah, thank you for this topic. And I think the question I have is, or what I'm hoping that you'll get with further investigation is, the effectiveness of maybe, requiring this upon with perimeter homes. And then of course, that's like you said, it's a community benefit, right? So to require that or other measures on perimeter homes that could then potentially protect the interior homes, and then what programs do we have at our disposal to incentivize or otherwise financially support those homes protecting all the other homes, right? Because that's what really what we're looking for. So I'd be excited to see data there. And then, I know anecdotally Superior is dealing with that with their old town, that so much of their old town burned, but the new development within their old town didn't. And that's sort of tragic in some different ways, but what they're going to learn. And so I know that you'll be, working with Superior as well on a lot of these issues, but just trying to see what we can learn from that community as well. As they had lots of different homes in that area where we had more homogeneous homes in ours. So that's all. Thanks.
Councilmember Most.
Yeah, just quickly to follow on to Councilmember Dickinson's comment, if we're going to be looking at these sort of improvements, I think it would also be interesting to look at it not just for the homes that have been destroyed, but to actually do that across the community and to provide incentives for existing standing homes to be upgraded as well. So if we're going to look at this as a program for the community, to look at it community-wide.
Thank you. And like I say, we'll have more debate on the merits and topics once we hear public comment on the topics too. So we'll go to the next section.
All right, so let me share my screen again. Thank you. All right, so moving on then to the energy codes. So in October 19th of 2021, the city adopted the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code, commonly referred to as the IECC, with Louisville specific amendments, along with a residential net zero appendix. Prior to this, we had the 2018 IECC with amendments in place. And just for background, cities routinely adopt building codes, and then the IECC tends to publish updates to those codes on kind of a 3-year basis. So not every 3 years does the city of Louisville adopt the most recent code, but in this case we did. And in addition to the base code, we looked at electric vehicle readiness within this code update. The Electric Ready Amendment, which basically means that all homes would be constructed to have the ability to have an all-electric home. It doesn't require an all-electric home, but that the electrical capacity and that the system within the home could be converted to all-electric if the homeowner desires. We also have the Solar Readiness Appendix, which we also had in place in 2018. So that's not a new code, but we maintained that. And additionally, the Residential Net Zero Appendix was adopted, which ultimately requires a really good building envelope, so a highly efficient building envelope and highly efficient building systems, and then renewable energy to offset all of the power needs for the home. So just as far as a little bit of background, the Department of Energy analysis indicates that the 2021 IECC, and this is the base code, this is not with the Louisville amendments, but just to give you a ballpark, the 2021 IECC results in roughly a 9% energy savings over the 2018 IECC, but generally, it results in a 51% energy savings over the predominant energy code in the early 1990s, which the average home lost in the fire was built in 1991. So again, this is Department of Energy. We didn't analyze Louisville's specific energy results here, but just wanted to share this with you for context. And so following Marshall Fire, the city had on consulting contract Group 14 Engineering, and Anna Mclaughlin is here tonight to help answer any questions. They developed a report that analyzed different cost scenarios. And so really this was categorized around the assumption of the average size home that was lost in the fire. And that was roughly 2,820 square feet, 4-bedroom, 3-bath. And this average home was constructed in 1991. So just to remind folks that this is kind of this is the scenario we modeled, but these costs can all range based on a whole lot of variables. So we modeled a pretty specific question, but just want to make sure that folks understand that this is ultimately going to come forth in a range. And so what we did was we used the Louisville 2018 as amended as the baseline cost. And then we modeled out some different cost scenarios after that. So the 2020 IECC as amended that we adopted, but not including the residential net zero appendix, and then the code that we did adopt, which are the final two scenarios. So that's as amended with the residential net zero, and if a homeowner elects to install natural gas fixtures, or as amended with the residential net zero if it's actually gone to the all electric. And again, all electric is not required, but it is an option that we modeled. All electric appliances, excuse me, are not required. All electric ready is required. And so we just kind of want to show again the 2018 cost, or the 2018 IECC is amended is the baseline. So the 2021 code, as written by the IECC over Louisville's previous code, would result in, again, a roughly $8,300 cost increase. The 2021 as amended without the residential net zero. So again, this is not an adopted code. The top two columns here are not what's in place, but we did model these. So that one results in roughly $14,000 cost increase. And then in the column on the right kind of shows the incremental differences and what you're getting in addition, kind of those major upgrades that are contributing to that cost. And so the final two columns on this table here reflect the code that is adopted and the kind of two paths that folks could take. And so the first path is if a homeowner installs natural gas and utilizes natural gas appliances and heat systems and HVAC systems in order to build their new home, and that would result in a roughly $20,000 increase. And then if they do the all electric option, which again, all electric would be homeowner choice, but that would be a roughly $34,000 upgrade cost. But again, really the 20 is what we're working on as a baseline. However, I do need to caveat that that table does not include the cost for solar. So, or renewable energy to meet the net zero requirement. And so this table is complicated. I want to talk through it the best we can. But really want to reiterate that that previous table is really the additional cost to construct the home. This next set of information is the cost associated with getting the power source, renewable power source, to get the home down to net zero. And so really this kind of comes in multiple factors here. And again, I'm going to focus on the natural gas option because again, code doesn't require all electric, and those are the higher costs, but we can come back to this if needed. And so the first columns on the left reflect if a home had no solar and if they weren't required to do net zero. This is an estimate on current rates, what the electric, what their electric and their energy bills would be. And the first number is kind of an annual cost, and then we've also modeled this out over 15 years. And so you can see then the cost over 15 years. And the reason we want to pause there real quick and just say the reason that we modeled it out over 15 years is within the net zero requirement, a homeowner can elect to either do renewables on site or off site. And so we used all of these assumptions based on solar. There are other renewable options, but solar generally is the least expensive of these options. So again, additional options, these are making assumptions around solar. But generally what our analysis reflected is that it's unlikely that solar could be 100% provided on site. That due to the energy needs of the home, they could provide solar on site, but it would need to be supplemented with off site. And typically a solar garden is the way to do that. And our code would require a 15-year commitment with a solar garden or other off-site energy provider that's different than, say, your Excel bill now, where you can opt in to renewable energy. So the code doesn't allow that option. It actually requires a 15-year commitment and contract with an off-site energy provider. And Katie Baum, I think, is going to be our best person to answer questions when we get there on that specific structure, as well as Anna McCullough. Just a little bit of background on that. And so again, focusing on the natural gas, given that this is kind of the least cost impact to a homeowner if they choose to go the natural gas route. You can see then the second set of columns, again, the black text is the natural gas. This would be their annual electric costs. The top row is if they went 100% solar garden, so there still would be some natural gas bill associated. There still would be some energy bill associated with it. Or again, the lower number, the $3.61 assumes that they do an on-site and off-site. So that would be kind of the electric costs on an annual basis. Again, first year costs are what we're calling kind of, that installation and the hard construction costs. And so again, then you can see the first year cost associated with offsite is roughly $2,000 to buy into a solar garden, given the assumptions for this home. Or if they put on-site, if they put solar on their home and then supplemented, it would be roughly $22,000 on the first year. And then as we continue to think through the 15-year cost, right? So then you're adding in the energy costs and then the continued contract for offsite solar on top of that as well. So this table is complicated. I want to pause here if you all want to ask questions on this particular table before we move on.
Councilmember Most.
Okay, I look at charts all day long, and this chart has befuddled me from the moment I've looked at it. So I hope that Interim Director Ritchie, you can help me understand this. So just to be clear, the first column that has two subcolumns, right? The annual electricity cost with no solar. The column that says natural gas, that's the electricity cost if you're also using natural gas. Is that correct?
I'm going to let Anna start chiming in here.
This is where I get really confused.
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so what you're saying is if I have gas to do some things in my house, my water heater, my furnace, this $1,287 is going to be my electric bill.
Correct.
If I don't have gas, right? So I'm not going to have my gas bill, whatever my gas bill is, right? Then my bill is going to be $2,152 a month.
A year.
Annually.
Annually.
A year? Oh, a year. Okay, sorry, a year. Right. Okay, so that's what was confusing to me. So this is the one is like, okay, I'm using gas, so this is my electric bill. I'm not using gas, I'm using all electric. This is my electric bill. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, now I understand that one. The next one, okay, is the annual electricity costs. So this is where I get completely confused.
Sure.
What is the difference? Oh, if this is the annual electricity cost if you have solar?
Correct.
The next one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that
I'm
first,
sorry, my ignorance, but I'm
no,
okay. So,
that's okay. It's a lot of
so-
data.
and the CSG, the first row, the 100% CSG, that's the solar garden option.
CSG, yes.
Okay,
Community solar
so
garden.
that's what it would cost me. Again, if I have partial gas in my house or if I have all electric in my house, those are the two numbers.
Correct.
Right, so that $393.63 is only going to be part of my energy bill because the other part of my energy bill is going to be gas. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. All right. And then the second line is if I actually have solar on my house. Is that correct?
The second row, correct.
Second row, if I have solar panels on my house. Okay. All right. Now, so now it's the same thing moving over to the third and fourth column. Now, the fourth column, when you talk about the 15-year cost, those numbers, does that include the first year costs or is that in addition to the first year costs?
That includes the first year costs.
Okay, so what we're looking at there is those four numbers in the last column where it says 15 years is the almost 29,000 in electricity bill if I have gas in my house over 15 years. The 44 is if I don't have gas, right? So we
Correct.
don't know what the total energy bill would be in that natural gas column because we have no idea how much natural gas is going to cost on top of that, right? So that's not the total energy bill. Okay. And then the bottom, that number, that $35,000 number, $50,000 number is based on the complete cost over 15 years, which includes those first year costs.
Correct. Includes the first year
Now I
installation.
understand this chart. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I know it's a lot of
No,
data.
it's just, this is not something I'm used to looking at. And so I think I've talked to a lot of people who are also confused. So I'm hoping that my questions are actually helping clarify this for people who are tuning in. So thank you
Agreed.
so much. I really.
So, Councilmember Most, I think for people who don't want to look at every different detail, I think for some people they want to look at every detail, but for some people, looking at that $19,305 number and comparing it to the $29,400 number is a sufficient comparison. Councilmember Dickinson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it's helpful to see, right, or to understand that the gas cost isn't in here. It's the electric cost if you're using natural gas as well. And thanks, Mayor, for the 29 to 19 comparison. So again, in the very first column, 19,000 for 15 years. In the almost last column, 29,400 for the 15-year cost. So it's $10,000 more. And then the other question I had beyond what Maxine brought up is the 15-year cost number, 35,820. So that number is derived based on the $3.61 a year, basically nothing. The $22,100 first year costs, and then sort of a hidden $13,000 for the next 4 years. That's just not in the table, right? But what you're saying is to get to the 15-year costs, I just need to trust that there's an additional $13,000 worth of annual costs to the solar provider that I'm working with. Is that a fair assumption?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Because on the one above it, the 1960 times 15 years actually equals the 29,400. So that's the cost. 1960. It's negligible on the second row because it's only $361 a month. But on the top row, that 1960 gets us to the 2940 and does not include the electric costs in the second column. So those would be added to the 2940.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
so
that
about
Mary,
another
I think
$6,000 in that natural gas, $400 a month, or sorry, a year, $400 a year, $393.63. So we're all looking at the same thing. $393.63 per year times 15 years is going to be about $6,000, which would be on top of the $29,400, which again doesn't include the actual gas cost.
Hannah, can you confirm that one?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That was an oversight.
I think that the part that is right is that it doesn't include the gas cost, but I don't think that the calculus was correct in arriving at the outcome. Can you confirm that?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if this table comes back to you, we'll break this out even further. I think hopefully not to the end of making it more complicated, but at least maybe explain the iterations between the columns and how these were derived.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the end, what is important for everybody, and I appreciate you trying to put so much data into one chart, but again, the idea is trying to get a real good sense of what's it going to cost if I don't go solar, what's it going to cost if I do go solar, and I also get that you want to look at 15 years because it's not comparable if you just look at 1 year, but also it's interesting if you go to 30 years, if there's a huge cost savings after the original 15 years. That would be important, if you own the equipment at that point or what have you. So if the cost changed dramatically after year 15, that would also be important to look at when this comes back. So yeah, annual 15, maybe more, but I appreciate all the data that is here.
I think we should move on, and when this comes back, just look at an upfront cost and then a monthly total utility cost. I think those are the only two things we need.
All right, so just this slide basically kind of summarizes, kind of how those last two slides were working together. So again, first year costs vary. Again, this is the upfront construction cost. Roughly $21,000 to get the appendix RC if a homeowner elects to do natural gas and then adds in their first year CSV or CSG costs in there. But that could go all the way up to maybe $57,000 if a homeowner elects to build all electric construction and add solar on their home. So this is kind of the range of first year costs. But again, 21 is what we see as the minimum based on the home that was modeled and also based on, current conditions, which we'll talk about in a minute. And then again, these 15-year costs for solar are on top of this, and those vary too based on kind of all of the different iterations and options. So just the general takeaway though, is that at current rates, and again, modeled in 1 week in January, at current rates, the Appendix RC over the 15-year period results in additional cost to homeowners. We don't have information beyond that. So, in addition to the cost considerations that were provided in the report, we just want to acknowledge that there are a lot of other cost comparisons out there. Some of these were provided in your packet. These are good and useful information, but we just want to remind that they don't reflect the Louisville specific amendments. And so this is why we did our own study to try and understand our own specific amendments. And as noted, and we heard this a lot during public comment, insurance can provide coverage for code upgrades, the ordinance and law coverage. However, we just want to note at this point, these vary per policy. We're still understanding the level of underinsurance and what these ordinance and law coverages need to go toward, and these can be limited or capped. So I think we would need more information as staff to continue to work on an understanding if there's even a way that we could get a sense of how this is going to be applied for most of the community. Financial rebates and discounts, as we've heard and as shown in the packet, we have, there's a lot of discussion around, we're beginning to see offers to offset costs. We still need to understand firm commitments. And then there's also the question of the abilities of homeowners to pass through some of these rebates to home builders, things like that. So that it adds a level of potentially complexity and logistics depending on the structure that some of these financial rebates come. So again, still working to understand the full offset kind of financial commitments that are being discussed. But we would also want to factor that into as we're considering it. And then I just have to acknowledge it. We all know this, pricing volatility. The cost impact report was based on 1 week in January. We see costs fluctuating on a daily, weekly, monthly basis in the construction industry. So we just need to caveat this, that this is 1 week, and as well as the supply chain challenges. Generally, the less common the equipment, the more challenging it is to hear, that we hear that it's just harder to reliably source. So the further you get away from the most commonly provided equipment within a home, it just creates challenges, not insurmountable, but certainly can impact timing and logistics for the home builders as they're evaluating how and when and if they want to enter the Louisville market to enter reconstruction. So we are still working more to understand that as staff so that we can understand how to help our homeowners rebuild. So with that, I don't have any more to share, but again, we're happy to answer any questions you have and are interested in hearing from you on if there's additional information you'd like, or if we need to, however you want to proceed.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Fahey.
Thank you, Mary. Yes, I have two questions. One, back on that very self-explanatory chart.
The solar chart or the other one?
This one.
Okay.
Do the natural gas costs in the 15-year total, so I guess the 35,000, does that include the expectation of purchasing the gas credits, the green credits?
I'm gonna let Anna answer that.
Can you clarify what you mean by green credits?
I mean, if you're going to buy solar or wind credits from Excel or from a solar farm or something.
So the 15-year costs assume that the homeowner has enrolled in a 15-year contract with Community Solar Garden, which dedicates, in our estimate for a natural gas home, 10 kilowatts of solar production within the farm for dedication to their home to offset their electricity use within Excel's grid.
Okay, so that is included in the 29 and 35,000.
Yes.
Okay, and then the second one, a little bit of clarity on testing for rebates and discounts. How how are we going to manage that? Do we know yet?
That's a great question. I think we're still working to understand commitments around that, the structure for that, who is going to be responsible for the application of that, and how home builders and homeowners would work together to realize the most savings. So we don't have a, Katie Baum might want to add more to that. She's been working through that more closely than I have.
Okay.
Hi, yeah. This is Katie Baum, Sustainability Coordinator. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Lisa is exactly right. I think we're still, we're having twice weekly conversations with, representatives across the strait, from the utility to state agencies to home builders, trying to get these commitments firmed up so that we can understand how these are going to look. I think there's right now a lot of conversations on, exactly how can we guarantee that home builders and homeowners are using all the rebates available, and that can we assure that rebates or incentives or anything are additive, right? So they build on top of each other, they don't cannibalize each other, and so that they're really working towards systematically decreasing that cost. So those are ongoing conversations. We, are working. Xcel Energy's been doing some really diligent work in the past week, and we're hoping that we're going to have some more numbers coming out within the next week, that we can really understand what these are going to look like. But there's a lot of fast work being done on this.
And so just to clarify, this is for any victim of the fire, is that correct? Not just like low-income families?
Yes, this will be, we're looking at, homes that are completely fire destroyed, but then also, as you've seen, some of the insulation rebates coming out. Also, how are we providing rebates for people who are, dealing with fire damage, smoke damage? So really trying to provide a spectrum of support, not, across people who've been impacted.
All right, thanks, Katie.
Councilmember Most?
Okay, I am wondering if it's possible to I'm looking at page 76 in our packet. I don't know if people can reference that or not.
Yep.
This residential construction cost analysis chart. This is the 2021. Are you going to bring this up? Oh, perfect. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
So I have a question about this, because I'm just trying to understand realistically what the costs are with this scenario, right? This is a no gas scenario. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do we have an idea of what it's going to cost our homeowners if they have to? I assume that gas lines are toast and they'll need new gas lines in their homes. What's the cost? Do we have any idea what the cost is of running a gas line to a home?
That's a good question. I mean, I think, here's where I'm gonna just start this, is I want to give credit to Boulder Creek Neighborhoods and Markel Homes, who are two local builders who worked really hard with Anna to provide their actual pricing. And they've, while not taking questions tonight, I think are happy to work with homeowners generally to really help understand and refine these numbers, as are a lot of local architects. So that being said, I don't have the specifics on that, Anna, or unless you know, or Chad, maybe you know.
Lisa, that I don't. I think that if they had gas that was ran to the home and it's in the neighborhood, it wouldn't be very much to hook it up again. But I don't have the specific numbers.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, because in this case, if they don't need gas, then that's a savings for them not to run that line. I'm just trying to understand if it's significant or not significant. And my apologies, I realize that Rob Zaccara, who is our planning director, is back, and that I've been misaddressing you this evening. Planner Richie, so I apologize. I'm too much in my brain. So I'm just wondering, because that, if we're looking at what these things are actually going to cost, right? And I know there's a lot of moving parts and there's puzzle pieces, but if you don't need gas, then maybe there's some savings from that too. Just curious about that. And then the other piece in here is this, looking at the HVAC system, this it's interesting that the both builders are very close with a heat pump heating system, within $150. So, and I know that we have an unofficial as of now offer from Mitsubishi to provide heavily discounted heat pump furnace systems for people that are interested in that. And again, I'm just wondering if we have any idea what applying that kind of discount would do to this overall cost, this $16,000 number.
That's a good question, because to me, this number probably includes labor and installation and some of the ancillary things that come along with that. So I don't have the answer to that specific question.
Okay.
So it sounds like perhaps Councilmember Most, you're asking, if we look at this again, and when we look at this again, you have interest in understanding the cost of the gas lines, the cost of the savings on a heat pump, the savings that would be realized by not having to have an air conditioner, because this is the incremental costs, but it doesn't really go into any of the savings.
Right.
You have.
So yeah. So if we can, if you guys can take a look at perhaps and get some reliable data on what savings would be associated with this investment, because this is just an additive number, and perhaps there's some subtractive numbers that folks would be looking at as well. So I'd appreciate if we can get that information.
Councilmember Dickinson.
Thank you. My question is, so we have some really good numbers. I appreciate the difference between 2018 to 2021. You have 8,000, another 6 to go another bit, another 5 to go another bit, which adds up to 19 something. So there's kind of steps, and you have the totals. For the a lot of people are asking the questions about the writer for their ordinances, ordinance and law. I had a conversation with my insurance agent just to try to get some understanding from anecdotally for my own policy, but trying to understand where that policy kicks in, right? So from construction in 1991, there are lots of codes that have been updated. And so if I'm going to rebuild my home, there are a lot of opportunities for, from 4-inch to 6-inch, and from this insulation to that insulation. And so wondering if we have a sense of what the additional cost is to get from original build to 2018. Because, so for instance, my home has a $600,000 policy with a 10% ordinance and law rider. So I have a $60,000 pot for these code changes. If I have a sense that getting from 91 to 2018 is going to be 10,000 or 100,000, that's really different for what's left in my pot to use towards getting to 2021 to get into net zero. So if we have if you could research that number and help me understand how much of that portion of their insurance pot might be used just to get to 2018, because it would be fantastic news if it was like, not that much, maybe 10,000, maybe 15,000 to get there, and then another 20 to get all the way to net zero. Most people's insurance writers might cover that entire thing. But if it doesn't, that's important information.
That's a great question. We looked at that a little bit. I know
Okay.
Chad has been trying to answer that question because we're getting it a lot. It's complicated to answer. So I would want to manage expectations that if that's a data point council would like, we can do our best to provide that. That's challenging.
I think Councilmember Dickinson, the question I heard you asking about was having maybe the insurance commissioner come back and describe to us how the law works in this area so that we have a better understanding of what the coverage can and cannot be applied toward. And it may be that there are different people with different policies and different applications, but it sounds like I actually think what you asked was an insurance question and not. And depending on how that gets answered, we may need that information from the building department, but we also may not.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mayor. I think it's both, because certainly from insurance perspective, what will they consider code changes and how far back do they go in those sort of things. But yeah, estimating we've done a good job of saying, hey, this is the difference to get from 2018 to 2021. Staff did that. So again, I hear that it's complicated, Planner Ritchie, to maybe get from 91 to 2018 and what those changes would be. But I think I've heard from other people, we want to make sure people can maximize their insurance coverage. We don't want to roll back a policy that if it's in place, they can get more insurance money. And so kind of threading that needle of what are we really looking at, and what is available to people, and how can we help them maximize it. And you're right, Mayor, the commissioner would be a great asset for, answering some of those questions, because even my insurance agent was like, yeah, I'm gonna have to talk to some people about what triggers it, and if you guys change your policy, what would that trigger, or how would that change the triggering? So a lot more questions, but any more information we have on that, or resources to answer those questions would be fantastic.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney?
Thank you, Mayor, and I apologize. I had to do a hard boot on my system here at home, so wave to me if I'm breaking up. Planner Ritchie, I really appreciate the analysis that's been done. I really like the fact that, we had somebody take information from 2 builders, and then we average those, so we have that kind of information. When I look at all of these in both the analysis that we're looking at on page 75 and 76, each one of those could be different for different homes. And I know these are average numbers. I know that, I have 5 kilowatt of solar panels on my roof, but I have a terrific exposure when I trim my tree. And so I actually get, much better results than a neighbor who has 5 kilowatts because they have not as good of exposure. So that's just an example of these kind of things. I think we have to look at these as just a guidance, but I think what's really important to me in this analysis is understanding what the impact of going from the 2018 to the 2021 code with the amendments. This is, for me, it was enlightening. For me, it was encouraging through this process, although it is still additive for those people who have to build. And so we have to be aware of that, and we have to look for opportunities, whether it be state or federal funding or other opportunities that are out there to see if we can mitigate this as much as possible. But I'm happy to see that it's not 6 figures or multiples of 6 figures, as we've been warned by, some builders, some insurance agents, and so forth. So, with that, I think that where I'm leaving this today is, this is almost a really, really good study session for us to better understand that, and for our planning and building department to convey to those people who've lost their homes, this is what you should be facing. And we didn't make these numbers up. We got this from reputable builders and developers in town who provided this information. And I think to me, that's a really important message, and it's an encouraging message. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem Maloney. Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I appreciate that. I'd be happy to work with the insurance division to try to get an answer to the question, because I think that the fundamental question that Councilmember Dickinson is asking is, when you have an O&L policy or an O&L rider on your policy, does it cover changes in code since the building was built or since the policy was issued? And so, when they go through, you go through an exercise, what would it cost with your insurance company to rebuild? Is it really about, does that factor in the code as it is when the policy gets issued, and then the O&L covers you after that? Or is it like since the building was built and then it's supposed to cover? So I think that's a worthy conversation to have, and we can certainly figure that out. Anyway, just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you, everybody. And so I'm not seeing any other council member questions at this time. So we're going to go to public comment. I just want to let everybody know that we have a custom here at City Council on Zoom that we take a break at 8 o'clock. And so we'll hold that custom. We'll take a 10-minute break at 8 o'clock, and we'll come back and keep taking public comment on both ends. So I just didn't want people to be surprised when that 10-minute break at 8 o'clock comes. And I'll just remind everyone to please tell us your name and your address, and then tell us what you'd like to tell us. First, we have Chris Lindsey.
Hello.
Hi.
All right. So, hi, my name is Chris Lindsey. I lived at 826 Trail Ridge. And the home is entirely gone now. Like many people you've heard from tonight, I'm profoundly underinsured. In fact, everyone I've spoken to is profoundly underinsured. It's a systemic problem. I've heard there are a few people out there who are not. I have yet to meet one of these unicorns. And so I want to just, again, highlight the systemic nature of this issue across insurance companies. Mine was Travelers. I've had other people who have State Farm, Allstate, they're all in the same boat. And I'm hearing a lot of comments as well around people saying, well, you got to get creative. Maybe if you band together and get a bunch of people with the same builder, you can get something, a little cheaper, or, oh, it's just the supply chain issues. Those will go away. The kind of underinsurance I'm seeing is so much bigger than what those savings could bring us. We're not talking $50,000. We're talking $500,000, $800,000, under $1 million. Those kind of savings just aren't going to make a difference, a meaningful difference for those kind of shortfalls. And the supply chain is, well, I mean, there was even an article this morning in the New York Times about how it's not getting fixed this year. So I am encouraged, though, to see the survey that the city sent out that focused on underinsurance and trying to understand from their citizens who's underinsured and how much they're underinsured for. I really hope that the city will release those results as they will help everyone in the city in their negotiations with their insurance company. And I'd love to see the council continue to put pressure on state politicians. I know there's some new legislation going through, really tell these state legislators for us on our behalf that we need meaningful legislation to help address the systemic underinsurance of the dwelling cost, because everything derives from that dwelling limit. And continue to pressure the commissioner and the governor and get them to get the insurance companies to come to the table and negotiate with us and help us rebuild our town. My wife is currently 8 months pregnant with our first child. And, we had a lot of dreams of bringing our child home to that house, and, they burned up with the fire. But we also have dreams of walking our kid to school their first day down to Coal Creek. Don't let that dream die too. Please help the citizens of Louisville rebuild this town. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next commenter is Martin Ogle.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Martin Ogle, and I live at 322 East Raintree Court in Louisville. In the aftermath of the fires, I have great concern for homeowners who lost everything. Our house was uncomfortably close to the fires, and that night out of town, our family was as worried as anyone else. And now we are empathetic and active in relief efforts. I'm also greatly concerned that we be able to address the horrible imbalances between the human systems that we reside in and Earth's living systems. In the midst of this big, complicated mess, it's just so clear that these imbalances led to this tragedy, and we just must set a substantially new course. There's been a lot of input about the matter of potentially higher costs for building to recent codes, but I think we need to find a way to build back better, at least a code, maybe even beyond. And I think we can if we keep our eye on that ball. The table that was discussed tonight shows an additional, let's see, $33,795 for the highest levels of rebuilding to the 2021 codes. And if the city covered that amount for 500 homes, the total would be 17 million or so. And that's a lot, but it's a bit over 1 year's capital improvement program budget for Louisville. Our city could and probably should cover this entirely on our own if that was necessary, but it's not necessary. Witness Mitsubishi heat pumps offering 50% discounts for up to 500 homes. There's going to be many more possibilities like this if we're ready to jump on them. And in a letter to our city, Governor Jared Polis wrote, fortunately, the balance between speed, affordability, and rebuilding to the highest standards of modern energy efficiency and fire resilience are not trade-offs. Then he writes, I commit to not letting upfront costs prevent your communities from aspiring to the highest performing and lowest costing buildings possible. We stand at the ready with resources from the state of Colorado. So the governor has us covered, but even if he didn't, we could do this on our own. And even if we couldn't, we could do it with the help of funding offers from others and collaboration. So I hope we can set a new standard for the future. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Next is John Mahally.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So hello, my name's John Mahaley, and my family lost our home at 1018 Arapahoe Circle. And thank you for hearing my comments, and thank you all for the long hours you've been working since this disaster. I'd also like to acknowledge the heroic effort by our staff to compile all this information quickly. They've been amazing, and in particular, the speed at which they put together the report that they presented tonight is really remarkable. So thank you, Planner Ritchie, and thank you for the city staff. So I wanted also to address the cost of address the issue of the total overall cost for rebuild. As I just said, the city did an amazing job putting together the information for this discussion. So what I'm about to say is in no way intended to criticize that effort. However, I think we need to continue to keep in mind, as we've already brought up, that the central issue here is really the overall cost to rebuild. This isn't just the 2018 versus the 2021 codes, but what is the overall cost of any energy code, as well as the other expenses that the fire victims will have to incur, the cost of sprinklers, permitting fees, and everything else that we've talked about. And so the great news, as we've already discussed, is that it sounds like many insurance policies include a rider to cover the local code, local building codes. However, I'm concerned that not every policy includes such coverage, and it's still not clear that the coverages that we do have will actually be enough. Furthermore, my current understanding is that, and I think Council Member Dickinson was getting at this, but such riders cover the overall cost of compliance, not just the difference between the 2018 and the 2021 codes. And thank you for acknowledging this. So I completely agree that the key issue here is that it's not obvious to anyone how the overall cost of compliance will be determined by insurance. So what basis are the insurance companies going to use to determine how much our local codes will cost? So talking with the insurance commissioner here for the state in terms of how to address that, I think is a great idea. So thank you, Mayor Stoltzman, for addressing this. But I think this is something we're going to need to stay on top of because I think this is very much going to be an ongoing conversation. And so overall, I'm very encouraged by the cost numbers that have been presented. But with all these uncertainties in mind, at this time, at least, I still don't think we can conclude that the majority of the fire victims will have the current Louisville building codes covered by their insurance policies. And as such, that means that our local codes may very well require additional out-of-pocket expenses beyond what insurance covers, and on top of what are already significant out-of-pocket expenses for fire victims who are underinsured. I really hope that we can maximize our insurance coverage to help us implement, energy efficient codes, but I'm concerned that it still won't be enough. And so my fear is that with the increase in cost and extended timeline of rebuilding, this will push some families out of Louisville. So again, I urge the council to please be flexible in these building codes and please stay on top of this issue, as I'm sure you will. And please continue to do everything in your power to increase administrative efficiency to reduce the timeline for rebuilding. And thank you for your time and thank you for your continued support.
Thank you. Next, we have Larry Donner.
Yes, my name is Larry Donner. I lost my home at 1020 Willow Place. The Group 14 engineering study commissioned by City Council to review the impacts of the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code shows a 51% annual reduction in energy use for homes that were built in the 1990s. An improvement of 9% over the 2018 code. Doing the math, this means that homes built under the 2018 code would reduce energy use by 47%. The 9% improvement over the older code brings the annual reduction in energy use to 51%. The total net reduction in energy use achieved by the 2021 code is only 4%. I repeat, moving from the 2018 code to the 2021 code only results in a 4% improvement. Using the estimates provided by Group 14, the total cost to fire victims over a 15-year period ranges from $27 million to $44 million, with the higher cost associated with the all-electric option. Think about it, $44 million to achieve a 4% reduction in energy use. $44 million may not seem like a huge amount to those of you on council or to Governor Polis, but it represents real money to those of us who are struggling with our fire loss. Homes built under the 2018 code would still be much more energy efficient than most existing homes in Louisville. Council, please have a heart and do what is right for those of us who have lost everything. Exempt fire victims from the 2021 IECC. Let us use the 2018 code to rebuild. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Gilbert Campo.
Thank you, council members. My name is Gilbert Campo. I currently have a mailing address that remains 991 Arapahoe Circle. On December 30th at 11:30 a.m., passing over the US 36 bridge at Mclaughlin, my wife noticed smoke in the vicinity of Marshall. At 12:53, exiting the Louisville King Supers, she saw the massive cloud of smoke over our town and was told by the security guard that the Louisville Home Depot was on fire. That is about a mile from our house. At 12:54, she called me in my home office where I had the blinds drawn and said, "Hun, we need to get ready to go." 30 minutes later, our family made the personal decision to evacuate our house as thick smoke blew down Arapahoe Circle. The next morning, from a drone video, we learned that our house was destroyed. In the ensuing days, based on builder estimates, we have discovered that we are underinsured by several $100,000 for the actual real rebuilding costs of a comparable home. Nothing special here. Even our insurance adjuster estimate for rebuilding is much greater than our policy coverage that went into effect December 10th and was drafted October 26th. Compounding this huge gap, we now find that there are new Louisville building codes that went into effect less than 2 months ago, for which our policy coverage does not and could not possibly account. Our policy includes about $50,000 to cover ordinance and law code updates, which will not even cover the code updates from 1992 through 2018, including the valuable energy efficiency and the interior sprinklers. We have met with many of our neighbors, and most of us are asking for essential action from the council. The new codes appear to have been intended for a slow transition of 10 to 20 new homes per year, not more than 500 rebuilt structures. We are asking for victims of the fire who choose to rebuild, allow us to rebuild to the code that existed prior to November 23rd, 2021. We are not asking that the current building codes be suspended. My family escaped from the fire only because of my wife's good judgment. Since the 30th, we have received love, compassion, and support from family, friends, and neighbors and strangers across Louisville, Longmont, Boulder, around the country and the world. We are asking the council to use their good judgment and act with the same love, compassion, and support to allow us to rebuild to the code that existed prior to November 23rd, 2021. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lonnie Pierce. Lonnie, you might be muted on your end.
There, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, council members, so much. Again, I just echo what everyone has already said. Thanks for your time, your energy, all the work that you're putting into helping our community rebuild. And thanks to staff too, again, for also producing this report that is so helpful. I want to just reiterate some of the comments just made about the codes. I guess what I'd like to stress is that this situation is not anything any of us anticipated. And therefore, I believe the city's response needs to be based on the unique set of circumstances in which we find ourselves. Thank you for the survey you sent out today. I really appreciate the city's desire to work from concrete evidence. And as a couple of people have already mentioned, I hope that you will share the results of that survey. I've already completed that survey and provided the numbers that document our particular financial situation, which includes the fact that we have $31,000 for O&L coverage. But we bought our home in 2005, and as has just been raised this evening, probably we don't really know what the cost will be to upgrade from codes, even if that's how it's gauged at the time of the policy purchase through the most current codes. And I also want to echo the comments that were just made about the fact that the 2018 building codes are substantially more sustainable and provide more energy savings than most of the homes currently in Louisville. So if you offer us the flexibility, you especially help those who are most financially vulnerable in this situation. Many people with the capacity may choose to build according to the 2021 codes, but what you offer us with flexibility is choice, which makes it substantially much more possible for many people, again, especially the most financially vulnerable, to rebuild. I want to add also the urgency of timing. While I recognize that we want to operate thoughtfully and carefully, those of us who lost our homes are a little bit on the clock here for rebuilding. The coverage that we have for temporary accommodations may be 2 years. And from the information that I've read, there is often more like 3 to 3.5 years to rebuild. So the feasibility of studying the information, again, puts us under a lot of pressure. So I'm asking you to please consider our request to be flexible with the codes and allow us to build to 2018. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Christian Dino. Christian, you might be muted on your side.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can.
My name is Christian Dino. My rubble pile is at 967 Eldorado Lane. First, I'd like to take a few minutes and address Caleb Dickinson's question. So although I can't speak to the insurance piece, there was an article put out in regards to a study by the National Association of Home Builders that stated that over a 10-year course of time, it would amount to 10% of the cost of construction for codes adopted within that 10-year period of time. Now, with most homes being 91, assuming that doesn't stack 10 plus 10 plus 10 equaling 30%, but let's do a conservative and just say 15% of the construction cost would be due to code improvements over that period. That would equate to about $150,000 on a $1 million build. So it's far in excess of what any of us have in that line item under our policies prior to this adoption of the 2021 IECC. Next, in regards to reviewing the report, I have several concerns. So where the table shows the on-site photovoltaic cost being at $22,000 for the first year cost, I'm not sure how these numbers are anywhere near accurate. I've already received a couple of bids for what would equate to a net zero solar on site, and it equates to about $50,000 upfront first time cost. These numbers are blatantly wrong. In regards to sprinklers, it says 12 to 15,000. I've received a couple of quotes on that, and they're around $20,000 for install. Again, numbers are outright wrong. The blower door tests that it covers on page 13 in the residential construction cost analysis, calls for somewhere between $600 and $3,500 in cost. That is only the cost of the test itself. What about the $10,000 to $15,000 in additional scope that it will add to the construction project to make the home be able to pass that test? That's not even taken into account here. It seems that these numbers, for an on-site photovoltaic being in at 50,000 should be closer to 90 or 100,000 based on all the discrepancies and inaccuracies in this report. I would ask that the mayor and city council strongly consider retracting or accepting us from this code and put people ahead of your political expectations that you want to achieve.
Thank you, Christian. Next, we have Sarah Blair. Sarah, you might be muted on your end. You can dial *6 to unmute yourself if you're calling in by phone.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, I was dialed in. Hi, everyone. I'm Sally Blair, and I live at 401 County Road. I've worked in the green building industry for 20 years. The last 10 I've spent consulting on building energy codes. And I'm here to encourage City Council to leave the current energy code in place for a few reasons. First is the cost study that we've all been reviewing tonight, showing a construction cost increase of $7 per square foot for the cheapest way to comply. Based on a construction cost of $400 a square foot, that's a 1.7% cost increase. Unfortunately, there was a lot of misinformation over the past month about the cost of the energy code, including stories about $200,000 increases, 10 to 30% increases, which are completely false. The state, Excel, and city and county staff are working to find funds to help with the incremental cost for our neighbors who want to rebuild. And we need to understand the financial assistance that will be available before this decision is made. In addition, and this is really important, the requirements in the code, besides the on-site and on-site renewables, are most cheaply done at the time of construction. So insulation, air sealing, electrical panel sizing, wiring, all of these things are expensive and disruptive renovations, and that's why people don't do them. The best and cheapest time to address energy efficiency is during design and construction. Solar can easily be added later. Louisville demonstrated leadership by adopting this energy code last fall. It was really a big deal. And now with the support of the state and Excel, we need to show leadership in how to rebuild in a climate responsive manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Barney Finn.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, Barney and Marcitinez, 821 West Mulberry Street. We moved to Louisville on Leap Day, 1992. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and Councilman Fahey, we are also very sorry for the loss of your home. Our home was completely destroyed. We evacuated with our 2 cats, 1 vehicle, and very little else. Marcia and I love the town of Louisville, and we plan to rebuild. We share the view of many of our neighbors, which is that people rebuilding from the fire should be exempted from the 2015 requirement to install a fire suppression system, and that the recently enacted 2021 IECC building codes, which include net zero, should not apply to fire victims who are almost universally underinsured and challenged financially to rebuild a home similar to one they lost. We need the city council to act swiftly and decisively because it's impossible for those impacted by the fire to have an informed conversation with the builder on rebuild costs without exact specifications on code requirements. Specifically on the 2021 codes, Louisville is the first city in Colorado to adopt the standard And even the city building department is unable to articulate exactly how the requirements can be met. While there is precedent from the city of Boulder after the 2013 flood disaster to waive permitting fees and suspend building code requirements for flood victims, I am aware of no precedent in Colorado or anywhere else for enforcing untested building codes on fire victims. As fire victims, these building codes are the biggest stress factor in our lives now, and that should not be the case when there is no precedent for the net zero codes anywhere else in Colorado. Regarding the fire suppression systems, I am personally skeptical that if there is another major fire event and a sprinkler systems activate for hundreds of homes, that there will still be water pressure at the fire hydrants. And a couple other comments based on what I've heard from Dickinson and Maloney. Thank you for your concern. Regarding the insurance rider, in ballpark numbers, let's say we have $500,000 to rebuild. We're going to have 10% of that, which is $15,000 for code accommodation. So just to get from the 1992 codes to the 2018 codes is going to eat up all of the $50,000. So to address Maloney, where he said that to get from 18 to 21 is a 5-figure problem. No, it's a 6-figure problem because we're trying to get from the 1992 codes to the 2018 codes, and that's where we want to be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. So it's 8 o'clock and we're going to take a 10-minute break so everybody can fill up their tea. And we will be back at 8:10 to continue taking comments. So just go ahead and leave your hand up so we can start taking comments right when we come back at 8:10. Thank you, everybody.
Holy moly, pajoli. It's not that bad.
You're not on mute.
Sorry, I'm talking to myself.
All right, thanks everybody and welcome back. It's 8:10. I just want to thank everybody so far for the really fantastic comments and maintaining the decorum. It's been really helpful to get all the feedback. And so we have quite a lot of hands still raised. I just want to set expectations that we can take comments through about 9:15 on this topic. And then we really will need to continue it because there are some topics following this, including debris removal and permit fees around demolition and things like that that are immediately pressing that we need to take up related to the fire also. And so if I do the rough math at 3 minutes a speaker, we will not get through everyone that has their hand up in the queue. So if people are able to be concise and give their time to the next speaker, we'll be able to hear from more people tonight. And if we don't get to you, I just don't want you to think we won't hear from you. You can email City Council. You can call your council rep that represents your ward or any of us. And we'll have other meetings where we continue to talk about these topics. But I just wanted to set expectations that we can go till about 9:15 on this topic and still be able to get the other business we have to get done tonight done. So next in the queue is Will Tour.
Thank you. My name is Will Tour and I'm the Executive Director of the Colorado Energy Office. I'd like to start by acknowledging that this disaster is unprecedented and is an unfathomable tragedy for our communities. We understand that the city is under tremendous pressure appropriately to help its residents rebuild without placing any unnecessary financial burden on them after this tragedy. I'd also like to recognize that Louisville is a leader in Colorado because you've adopted some of the most advanced building energy codes in the state. Building to high energy performance is one of the most cost-effective investments that homeowners can make. This helps ensure that homes and businesses are built to be safe, durable, healthy, and affordable. And it's a critical strategy in helping our communities meet climate goals. The Energy Office and the state of Colorado are here to provide support for families in the city of Louisville. The administration is committed to working with the legislature to seek significant funding for sustainable rebuilding so that no resident has to choose between speed, affordability, sustainability, and resilience. The Energy Office, in partnership with Xcel Energy, will also provide free building code training for city staff, builders, and subcontractors to help them understand the codes and how to work with them. We're working hard to provide more certainty for homeowners by leveraging all of the funding, technical resources, and incentives available through the federal government, the state, Xcel Energy, the Colorado Clean Energy Fund, and many solar and HVAC suppliers. We would like to note that we respectfully disagree with the analysis of the city's consultant when looking at the cost impacts of building to the 2021 IECC and amendments. Because of the circumstances, they simply didn't have the time to do the normal level of analysis that would go into such an effort. The consultant based their cost analysis on quotes from a couple of builders, and those numbers are inconsistent with many other analyses. Based on a review we've been able to do over the short period since these were released, we believe that the memo overstates the costs and understates the energy cost savings associated with Louisville's code. As just one example, consider the fact that the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory analysis of the IECC 2021 compared to 2018 found costs less than half of those quoted in the memo. This is a highly regarded national laboratory using rigorous peer-reviewed methodology to fulfill congressionally mandated evaluation of the cost of the IECC. We'll provide written analysis in the next few days and offer our services to help convene a peer review of these numbers if the council is interested. I would urge council not to make any hasty decisions to repeal elements of your code based upon that analysis. Again, we thank Louisville for your leadership, and we believe that Louisville can serve as a model for sustainable recovery to reduce utility bills, help prevent future fires, and build back at record speed. Our administration commits to working with you to truly build back better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Cindy White.
Hello. Thank you, Council. I appreciate you all hearing from us this evening. My husband and daughter and I lived at 954 Arapahoe Circle, and our home was a total loss in the Marshall Fire. We are underinsured by, as people have said, probably hundreds of thousands of dollars, and being expected to spend additional costs to meet codes that were just recently adopted and as been noted tonight, may not provide the kind of energy savings that many hope, seems like adding insult to injury. Additionally, we are facing a kind of tight timeline in terms of making decisions about rebuilding, and we need to know what's expected and we need to be able to act on that. Promises of money or rebates, particularly things like the Xcel Energy rebate noted in the packet of $300 to $1,800, feel completely insufficient when we're facing these kinds of costs. These are additional costs that go on top of the mortgages that people already have and the money that they will need to borrow in order to rebuild their homes. So I ask council to allow us to rebuild to 2018 IECC codes and create some of the most energy efficient homes in Louisville while still being able to be part of our community and to rebuild in a kind of efficient and manageable way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Katie Burns.
Hi there. I just want to address a few things. So earlier in the presentation, there was some discussion relative to the 505 codes. And I wanted to point out that we were a stucco home with a metal roof, and our house went up just like everybody else's house went up. We lost our home of 32 years. We also had all of our business inventory in the Superior storage and lost 100% of our business inventory. Thus, we're going to be closing our business as a result. And then also in that discussion relative to the 505 requirements, there was a statement made that raised some concern that they are looking at additional requirements for properties within 1.5 miles of wild land. And those, if there's additional requirements up and beyond the code changes to take us to the 2021 code codes, that's going to be absolutely crippling. And then the last statement I would like to add would be Congressman Dickinson, or Councilman Dickinson, sorry about that. I think he asked two questions, sorry. I think he asked two questions. I think it got narrowed down to one. He asked the question relative to being able to provide the cost expectation from building in 1991 to meeting the codes in 2018. I would personally like to see those calculations, and I'd like to see them calculated on two different ranges. I'd like to see them calculated on the smaller footprint homes and then the larger footprint homes to see what that would impact on two different ranges. And then I think he asked, and someone took this action to get clarity relative to the insurance and what the insurance considers going into the law and ordinance category, whether it's everything from when we built, or if it's from a particular code implementation beyond. So I think that's a very, very important element. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Katie. Next, we have Tammy.
Thank you. Tammy Owen, 802 Spyglass Circle, resident of Lewis, Colorado since August of 2002. In addition to the items brought up on code, debris, and under insurance, another concern for us is the time limit that we're facing and decisions that need to be made now because of that time limit to meet the time limits stipulated in the contract of our policy. And while our adjuster has stated that they may extend those limits, they're not making those decisions till 20 months or so down the road. And so we have to make financial decisions in the next 30 days or so, not 20 months down the road, because there won't be enough time to rebuild our home. Another question on our comment around the electrical requirements, if we all chose to go all electric, is there a power grid to support that for the city of Louisville? We see California with rolling power outages, and we saw what Texas faced last year with the rolling power outages. Are we also going to face that if everybody goes all electric and those have businesses in their homes? Is that going to impact our ability, or those folks' ability, to do their jobs and affect their employment? And then last but not least, any long-term numbers that are posted obviously need to reflect inflation and the cost of electricity going up. And I think that's where we're all, especially for those that have been residents for a long time, that we're really impacted, that our policies aren't reflecting true inflation cost since the residency or the initiation of our initial policies. That's not true with all, but if we're going to show savings over 15 years, we can't multiply today's cost times 15. We really need to, put some type of inflation associated as what is electrical cost going to go up or gas cost over the next 15 years. That's it.
Thank you. Next, we have Barbara Hickman.
Hello, thank you. My name is Barbara Hickman. I'm sitting here with my husband, Rex, who is widely known as the red Christmas tree guy in Louisville for the last 23 years. We no longer have a tree or a home or any memories of our children who were born and raised in that home. So if I could get all 7 of you to look up, I know it's been a long meeting, it has been for me too. Could you raise your hand if you still have a home standing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 7. Thank you. I know when you ran for office that you didn't anticipate having to handle this devastating disaster to our whole community. Many of you, I'm sure, now wish you had not run, but you did run. And each of you ran on a promise to listen to us and to not act on your own or for your own desires, but to, especially if those desires were in direct opposition to what we're asking of you. The only 2 people who spoke tonight and requested to keep the 2021 codes did not provide a Louisville address. They did not say they had lost their home. And if they didn't provide a Louisville address, they did not elect you. When you adopted the 2021 codes, it was adopted without concern for how much it would cost to upgrade the average Louisville home built in the 1990s. It was adopted for new builds. While you've tried to explain in the last few days the potential costs, I guarantee you that our O&L insurance coverage for building code upgrades will not pay for the newly adopted code you adopted that you voted on. Frankly, it will be mostly consumed by upgrading to the 2018 IECC code standards, which we already know provided tremendous increases in environmental efficiencies, while this one adds extraordinary costs with only minimal environmental increases. I understand many of you are holding out hope that with your unprecedented commitment to Colorado to adopt these codes, that you hope the federal and state government will come in and provide some funding for us. But hope is not a strategy, and hope is not action. Hope only means that you want someone else to do what you can do. You have the power to help us. If you only hope someone else will help, you are not fulfilling your campaign promise. Well, you could ask everyone in Colorado to adopt, everyone in Louisville to adopt this, every teacher, every police officer, every fireman to adopt this in the next 2 years, not just those of us who lost our home. But of course, that would be ludicrous, but no more ludicrous than what you're asking of those of us who have nothing. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Next, we have Awano Polinsky. We're not hearing you. It doesn't look like you're muted on your side. It looks like perhaps there's a problem with the way your microphone is set up. So you might try logging out and logging back in, or you might try calling in to the call-in number. But we'll go ahead to the next person. And if I see your name pop back up with your hand back up, I'll call on you again. Christine B.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Christine Brinker and I work with the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project. We're based in Boulder and I spend my work days diving into energy codes and all electric new construction. I want to acknowledge the extreme emotional and financial duress that our fellow community members are facing. It's absolutely devastating. And we know that affordability and costs are the utmost concern. And on that topic, I wanted to talk about the cost side of things. I'm concerned that the cost and the council member are actually wrong in the other direction. They seem to be unusually high, even with the Louisville specific amendments. And in multiple places, it looks like they're overestimated by thousands, which really adds up. For instance, a more efficient gas furnace should cost $500 more, not $5,000. My entire air source heat pump system costs less than the incremental costs assumed here. Same with my electric heat pump water heater. And on the cost side, in the bigger picture, we're concerned about the damage that overinflated cost estimates could do to statewide efforts to encourage energy efficient building and energy efficient codes. And so that's why we wanted to put a point on trying to get those numbers correct. We're finishing up a memo that we'll send to you guys in the next couple of days that has some of our suggested corrections. But on a more positive note, I want to say we have been so impressed over the last year or so to see Louisville's leadership in energy codes, and even more impressed to see your efforts after the fire to rebuild more sustainably. Your staff, as you know, has put forth heroic efforts on that front. So in conclusion, I would like to strongly encourage you to stay firm on your commitment to energy efficient codes and to climate friendly building. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have David Sankey.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm David Sankey, Boulder Creek Neighborhoods, 712 Main Street, Louisville, Colorado. As a local builder, Boulder Creek was asked to provide our perspective on the costs associated with meeting the recently adopted Building and Energy Code. Our research on these costs is reflected in the Group 14 report. Please keep in mind that we are a production builder and we realize the benefits of significant economies of scale. Understandably, much of the debate related to the recent code changes have centered on the question of cost. We know that most residents have 12 to 24 months of ALE insurance coverage, which means that time is of the essence to rebuild. It is very important for Council to understand that the current supply chain issues are dramatically impacting all aspects of the construction industry. This results in longer lead times, unanticipated delays, order cancellations, and streamlining. If you've not heard the term in the context of supply chain, streamlining is the reduction of product offerings by manufacturers to focus available capacity on the most commonly produced items. Our company has committed to building an all-electric 151 home community in Erie, Colorado that would meet the code requirements that were recently adopted in Louisville. We are not required to do this, but instead wanted to start the process of learning how to build to these standards. We've been working hard on the sourcing and pricing of the required equipment. I want to make sure Council understands that building to recently adopted codes will cost significantly more and will extend build times. Many enhanced construction components run the increased risk of being streamlined or highly restricted in availability because they are not core production items. These are the facts of the current situation. As a member of the community, I'd like to add my opinion to this set of facts as a separate matter. If council decides to uphold the passage of the recent code changes in service of greater ecological efficiency, which is a laudable goal, we as a community must identify the specific sources and amounts of financial participation to ensure that this burden is not piled on the shoulders of residents who lost homes in the fire. Much has been made of the potential support provided by the federal and state governments to help bridge the gap. Rebuilders of homes need specifics of this support now. To build to the new code, architects and builders will need to incorporate significant detail in their home designs from the beginning. If the actual specific amount of support cannot be identified and committed to in the next 30 to 45 days, I feel that the code should be rolled back to the previous version, which represents a significant improvement over the performance of the original homes. And as a community, we attempt to quantify the potential ecological benefits of the more advanced code and develop a broad-based program to incentivize a large number of Louisville residents to make improvements to homes that would exceed that impact. This would be an inspirational way to share the burden of cost and achieve the benefits of improved efficiency as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Audrey DeBarros.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council and city staff and city manager. I appreciate the opportunity to give public comment. My name is Audrey DeBarros, and I used to live at 839 West Mulberry Street. I am a Marshall Fire victim, along with 38 of my neighbors and friends on West Mulberry Street. Our family of four lost everything we own in the fire, and we have spent the past 4 weeks trying to stabilize our basic needs of food, shelter, and clothing. The experience to date has been terrifying, overwhelming, and has made me feel very vulnerable. We have lived in Louisville for 12 years and we really want to stay in the community, but we too are underinsured and every dollar counts towards whether or not we will be able to afford our community. Normally, I would be a strong advocate for the climate and I would support the new 2021 codes and the amendments. However, being on the other side of actually being a fire victim, my perspectives have changed dramatically. I'm here tonight to request that you temporarily suspend implementation of the 2021 IECC code and the appendix and the requirement for us fire victims to rebuild to that standard. From the conversations and presentations heard tonight, I feel no certainty. I feel there is conflicting data, that there is speculation on costs. And as David Sinke said so well just a moment ago, we need certainty. We have to make decisions. We only have a certain amount of time. It's wonderful to hear there are conversations and commitments about funding coming in. That doesn't help us right now. We need to know what the plan is. Now is not the time to be exploratory. A lot of the appendix and the requirements in the code are exploratory. There are not the systems in place to provide and actually implement this. You have 500 residents who are in a crisis. We need this to be resolved. Please act swiftly. Please streamline the process and please come to our rescue. That's why we're here. That's why we choose to stay in Louisville. Please act. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Josh Marks.
Can you hear me?
We can.
All right.
We can hear you. There is an echo.
I want to talk about something a little different or take this in a different angle. I'm a resident of Coal Creek Ranch. Our house was on the golf course on December 30th. And as smoke poured over our house for about an hour, a family member called over to the golf course to ask they put on sprinklers. And unfortunately, she was met with indifference. Those sprinklers that adjoined the first and second holes were never turned on. And we know what happened after that. It was a missed opportunity. And I hope you don't miss this opportunity. One of the things you may want to look at in the future is to use the golf course as a resource for hardening this neighborhood. Yep. Relaxing the energy code provides you with another opportunity that I hope isn't met with indifference. The financial implications of this code is being covered by others. I want to speak to you about how the city is going to be perceived with this decision. The many neighborhoods that are been destroyed, for them, the best path forward is to rebuild with a production or semi-custom home builder. I'm in discussions with a number of those home builders to come into our neighborhood. But the number one thing they want to know in my discussion is what kind of regulatory partner is the city going to be for them to come in and provide that kind of production building that's going to build a lot of homes in a short amount of time. And one of the things they're asking me is about the net zero program. And I think that was for the very same reasons that David Slinky told you about. They're worried about the time frame. They're worried about getting the equipment. So your decision here is going to impact the home builders' decision-making in trying to collaborate and partner with our neighborhoods. So I hope you seriously consider the impact of your decisions here on the ability to attract good quality home builders to come in and partner with us. So I urge you to scale back the current energy code to help us attract good home builders into the community. I'm happy to have more conversations with you folks in more detail, but it's something to consider. Thank you for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you. Next, we have Mary Ann Wiedemann.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Mary Ann Wiedemann, 804 West Mulberry Street. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, although I wish the circumstances were different. I have lost my home of 30 years to the Marshall Fire. It is the place I raised my kids, the place I have created a full life. My home has now perished, and I am left stripped to my core. I plead with you tonight to truly listen with an open heart, and as officials elected to represent our well-being. I am here in support of a temporary suspension of the 2021 IECC with the amendments and Appendix RC as adopted on October 19th, 2021, as well as the 2015 requirement for interior sprinkler systems. This suspension is in recognition of significant additional cost factors when many are already underinsured, as we've heard multiple times tonight. I do believe we are victims of climate change and sadly have firsthand knowledge of its impact. The intention of these codes to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and ultimately these types of disasters is commendable. However, they are cost prohibitive and put in place for those that voluntarily want to build in our town, those that can plan and save for these codes. The Marshall Fire tragedy has put 500 plus homeowners in an involuntary situation and one we just cannot afford. I encourage you to understand the total cost. I understand there are ongoing conversations with state and federal governments about providing funding to pay the gap. Please understand the gap is sizable and multiplied by a factor of 500 plus. Again, this too is well-intentioned, but as we've heard tonight, it's creating even greater uncertainty during a crisis. We have 24 months to rebuild and the clock started on December 30th. You as elected officials have a responsibility to put your residents first. Help us alleviate this unnecessary burden. The city of Louisville is a community of under 21,000. We chose to live here for its small town character and family values. Please do the right thing. Represent us as your constituents and suspend these codes. There is precedent to do so both in Mclaughlin County and our neighboring city of Boulder. I implore you.
Next, we have a person with the phone number ending in 5207.
My name is Tom Rafferty at 945 Rex Street, Louisville. I cannot begin to understand the weight of the burden that is now in these fire victims' laps. However, we do hope and pray for them here tonight and going forward. I cannot fully realize what you city leaders are going through as you manage this crisis, especially in these troubled and divided times. So I do hope and pray for you as well, and thank you. While it seems common sense to me that these victims should be immediately grandfathered into the previous code, I realize you have to consider all sides of the debate. We all understand climate change is real and that it has been changing since the beginning of time. The debate is to what degree will we control the change with these utopian radical mandates, and what will it cost us? We know the cost of climate policy is real too. It is here before us tonight. We can improve as we go with fair fuel competition, innovation, and alternatives. And we go back to the October 19th, 2021 meeting before the fire, when some of you decided that instead of the friendly, wise suggestion of a moratorium to provide ample time to accurately conclude on the real impact of this code and hopefully determine viable options, you decided to go bold yet again, not knowing the impact of your new code adoption. This was after Mr. Zaccaro said it would take 3 to 6 months for a team of experts to figure it out. Now is our opportunity to admit we got it wrong and we have time to fix the wrong. This town of Louisville is and was too expensive before the fire, and now we have this unquantifiable tragedy facing these people. When I read the October 19th meeting minutes, do I understand correctly that Ordinance 1816, the new code, is adopted with only the residential appendix, ? Does that mean the attempt to strike out the fuel gas options was not included, ? If so, that is very helpful. Everyone needs options. Fuel gas options are affordable. Going all electric, to at least some of us, we believe all electric is a misnomer and is not for sure a long-term affordable solution. Many fuel sources are the best source. Why not let citizens have a choice at how they want to contribute to their continual improvement of their carbon footprint and work with the utility companies on a choice of fuel? Why do our city leaders get to mandate what happens? In closing, if going all electric is truly going to save us money, then why are we all not driving electric vehicles? Can you please concentrate on improvements to the code that will allow options and let the market inform the consumer?
Thank you, Tom. Next, we have Peggy Leach.
Hello, Council. My name is Peggy Leach. I'm at 209 South Lincoln Avenue. I did not lose my home, and my heart is broken for those in our community who did. I'm very sympathetic about the underinsurance problem and the fact that people need to make overwhelming decisions pretty soon. I am in support of the 2021 IECC and net zero codes, as this is a meaningful way to reduce Louisville's carbon footprint for years to come. Climate change has been such a factor in Louisville's recent disasters. In addition to the fire, we had the 2013 flood. Plus, I have had 2 insurance claims for hail damage in less than 20 years. Now, I realize that I am not the one having to pay the costs of this policy, And I strongly urge that rebates, subsidies, and other methods be found to drastically reduce, if not eliminate, the cost of these recent code changes for our neighbors whose homes were destroyed. Bottom line is that I feel the code should be a requirement in rebuilding unless these homeowners will bear the brunt of the expense. In that case, I would urge flexibility. In addition to tonight's discussion about energy policies, I would also like to urge a similar effort and discussion around making the rebuilds more affordable. There were some comments earlier from Debbie Hazman and Marie Jensen about flexibility in zoning that may lead to more affordability and the availability of rental housing. So I won't repeat those ideas. I have lived in the Dutch Creek area for 39 years. I am now retired and on a fixed income, and my mortgage is paid off. I think about what would have happened if my house had been destroyed. I am guessing that I too am seriously underinsured. I would like the opportunity to rebuild without having to take out another mortgage. I would certainly build back smaller. And if I did end up with a new mortgage, I would like the idea of a duplex or another way to bring in some rental income to help with the new mortgage. Otherwise, I would not be able to rebuild in Louisville. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Catherine Smith.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Catherine Smith. I live in Ward 3, and I will keep my comments brief in the interest of giving more people the opportunity to speak tonight. The wildlands interface, urban interface hasn't been discussed very much by commenters tonight. And I just want to observe that we're making decisions now that will impact our community over a long period of time. I do think that we should look carefully at hardscaping, landscaping, the density questions, the use of fire-resistant materials. I was especially struck by the preliminary nature of the information that's available to us at this time, and think that additional information from the city staff would be useful in assessing what makes sense here. I live closer to the center of the city, and I do think being mindful of the periphery is important. I also am supportive of the general notion of cost sharing. I like the open space that we have in Louisville. I understand that that area is more flammable, and I would like to see our community preserve our open space and be as fire resistant as possible, as resilient as possible. With regard to the energy code, there are a lot of people who are a lot more knowledgeable than I am, but I was struck by the kind of clash of analysis and ideas that are before you right now. And I think that there will be more information coming in. I do support a quick decision so that people can make decisions. But at the same time, I do think it's appropriate to chew on this for a little bit longer. And I thank all of you for everything that you do and for all of the members of the community that are participating in this discussion, because I think it leads to better decision making. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next, we have Robbie.
Hi, my name is Robbie Schwartz with Build Tank Inc. I've been asked to speak by some of the members of the community. Build Tank is a pragmatic building think tank and building consultant. Worked a long time with builders in Louisville and the Louisville area. I wanted to speak about code adoption, and especially in a home rule state like Colorado, code adoption is based largely on community values and goals. And these values and goals are still really relevant and valid today, even though we have had this immense tragedy. Values and goals such as efficiency, durability, resilience, climate action goals. First, cost is all over the place, especially due to supply chain issues and other COVID era related pressures that we really have no control of. And it's really important, I think, to realize that building to the 2018 is not going to be that much different. Housing shortage, supply and demand issues, inflation issues, all are dealing with pricing issues. So we need to not overlook other cost issues. Those cost issues like opportunity cost, cost of ownership, climate costs, and whatnot. We need to remember that once we install the drywall on the house, it becomes an existing home, and we've lost the opportunity to do any type of additional energy efficiency, resiliency, or sound building science-based work on that house. One thought I wanted to throw out is that the 2021 IECC would be a good compromise if we kept that and potentially added the solar ready option there. By doing that, we have a good alternative. We've taken PV out of the equation. We've taken zero energy out of the equation, but we've set ourselves up in the future to be able to get there easily and quickly. Lastly, I wanted to talk a little bit about resiliency. High performance homes perform better from a resiliency perspective. They can withstand extreme weather events. We can shelter in place. There's less smoke damage. There's less fire risk. All of these things are done from high performance homes. We have also great resources locally available through NREL, the Department of Energy Building America program. We have examples such as Greensboro, Kansas, that have actively chosen a specific pathway forward from these amazing and heartbreaking natural tragedies that we're facing. And so I'd ask just that we think about how we want to progress into the future so that we're not holding ourselves back.
Thank you, Robbie. Next, we have Stephen Keith.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. It's coming through. Got several houses that were impacted. My 90-year-old parents, 976 St. Andrews Lane, their house was totally destroyed. Got a sibling on Cherrywood, house totally destroyed. And one sister who hopes within a matter of weeks will be able to move back into her house. One of about 5 in a neighborhood of 30, where everything except the 5 was burned to the ground. So very familiar with the problems they're facing right now. And I just wanted to make 3 quick points. The first one, to help move forward, is to not characterize these as new homes. These are not new homes. These are disaster-driven homes where the requirements are truly to do while bringing it up to the most recent code standards, not necessarily local ordinance, but safety codes, fire-resistant codes, etc. These are rebuilds, and anything beyond that is going to be very hard to get the insurance companies to buy into. These homes were destroyed by a mechanism of both man and nature. So it wasn't just natural, it wasn't just a blowtorch, it was a combination of things. I'll come back to that. The second point, nothing anyone has said tonight would have changed this disaster even slightly. This fire spread, and I'm talking about over the next 50 years, this fire spread from a source that has still not been determined, but driven by the winds, it jumped in some cases by almost a half a mile over large non-flammable surfaces and then landed in natural tinderboxes. Like for example, the grasslands that have been allowed to go absolutely wild, the vegetation around Vista Hospital in the last few years, and then also along Dillon Road and Coal Creek, the golf course areas. That's what really drove this. So the embers could jump from one location, come down in another, and spark off. And the moment they did that with those 100-mile-an-hour, 80 to 100-mile-an-hour winds, they have a blowtorch that's nearly impossible to stop. We can talk about climate change. I'm not opposed. I've got an extreme high efficiency house. But to turn around and say that's somehow going to change the environment that we're living in is false. And there's nothing that's been said tonight, including the initial discussions on the natural or the location near the wildfire zones. Finally, the last one, just to pile back on, and as noted a couple others, my brother's house was 100% outside, stucco, hardy shake, and fire-resistant roof. And it went up just as fast as everything around him because he backed up to a native grass area. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Next, we have Mark Attard. Mark, you might be muted on your side.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Mark Attard. I'm in Ward 2 at 436 Fillmore Court. My house stood while some of my neighbors' houses did not, and I was very sad to see that happen, and also very sad to see the after effects of the houses that stood around me and what my neighbors are having to deal with. I'm here actually to speak on behalf of the 2021 code. Full disclosure, I am a builder. I'm a custom home builder in Boulder, and a custom home builder that has been building to the 2021 code well before 2021 code has ever existed. My house, for example, I retrofitted to and beyond 21 code over the past couple of years, and within the last year, converted it to 100% electric. During the fire, because of the airtightness quality of my home and the no vented attic spaces, my house actually not only withstood potential embers and fires coming into the house, but when I came back into my house the Saturday after the fires, I had no smoke damage, and I was able to continue to live in my house starting from that Saturday all the way through, even when there was no gas to the neighborhood, because I didn't need gas in order to shelter in place. And to echo a lot of people's other comments tonight, this has been invaluable to me and my family to be able to stay in this house. And this is the kind of quality that the 2021 code brings to new construction. As a builder, I'd like to comment on the fact that the costs to this code are insurmountable. My experience is a 2 to 5% increase to build to 2021 code or beyond. But the value that is obtained from this code is far beyond and in terms of cost savings. For instance, things that were mentioned, like no gas line to the house, lower heating and cooling bills, lower long-term maintenance costs, lower operating costs, renewable offsets that create greater comfort and a healthier home environment. These are all greater benefits for this 2021 code. And we are remiss if we jump back to 2018 for a minor cost increase.
Thank you, Mark. Next, we have Elise Jones. You might be muted on your end.
All right. Good evening. My name is Elise Jones. I live on 6th Street in Boulder, and I'm the Executive Director of the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project, or SWEEP, which focuses on energy efficient buildings and other climate solutions. I served as a Boulder County Commissioner through the 2013 floods and the Cold Springs, Cowwood, and Left Hand Canyon fires. So I understand how completely devastating a disaster like the Marshall Fire is, and how important it is that we help residents get back on their feet as quickly as possible, and want to commend you, Mayor Stolzman, and the council for your efforts to do just that. That said, SWEEP disagrees with the premise that it will be slow or too costly to rebuild to Louisville's current code, and like the Energy Office, respectfully disagrees with the high cost estimate in your council packet. We're a part of a group that includes green building experts, the State Energy Office, staff from Louisville, Superior, and Boulder County, and many others, including affected homeowners, who are committed to helping fire victims build back quickly and resiliently so that homes are more able to withstand future disasters and so that they aren't contributing to the climate crisis that's fueling them. And specifically, we're working to amass resources to help homeowners rebuild comfortable, efficient, climate-friendly homes. And while this is still a work in progress, it's exciting to see the outpouring of interest in supporting a resilient rebuild effort. And I just want to briefly list some of the promising sources of potential resources we hope to be able to provide certainty on soon. One, as you've heard, Governor Polis has promised support from the state, in addition to technical assistance from the Energy Office. With his support, state lawmakers are discussing the potential of a multi-million-dollar appropriation to assist with the resilient rebuild. Xcel Energy is working on a significant incentive package to help cover the cost for residents to rebuild to the 2021 IECC, as well as additional incentives for other net zero improvements. We're collecting pledges from manufacturers like Mitsubishi for discounts of up to 50% on new heat pumps. Boulder County is exploring spending some of its countywide sustainability tax dollars on this effort. The Colorado Clean Energy Fund is working on a low-cost financing package for homeowners wanting to build high-performance homes. The Community Foundation has indicated an interest in helping, perhaps with some of the $26 million it already has collected in its wildfire recovery fund. We're talking with car dealers in Xcel about the potential incentives for electric vehicles to replace the many cars destroyed in the fire. And the list goes on. And what we envision and hope to stand up soon is a one-stop shop for homeowners to tap into all of these resources. So in closing, I urge you, the council, please don't roll back your new building code. Allow us to all work together to help residents meet it quickly and affordably. Homeowners don't need to choose between an affordable rebuild and a green one. They can have both, and we're committed to finding and providing the resources to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have RJ Harrington.
Good evening. RJ Harrington, 457 East Rain Tree Court. Neighbors, fellow humans, you know for quite some time that I have both commented in writing as well as read written comments, but I don't do that anymore, especially as gutted as we all are. Tragedy heaped upon trauma is what we're all going through, but most especially our neighbors who have lost everything. Our home survived in no small part due to the fact that we have also invested in upgrades. I couldn't tell you if we would meet the 21 code now or we're beyond the 21 code, frankly, but we decided to go to an all-electric home several years ago when we became quite familiar with the IPCC reports, most especially their fourth version in 2004. And so we have experienced anecdotal resilience benefits. Our home did not catch fire. We did not lose it. We do not have any smoke damage. We did get some environmental assessment testing done yesterday just to be on the safe side with the pH level in our home, which we've come to understand can eat all of our electronics, including the electrical wires in the house. So that level of caution is noted and recommended. But because we're all gutted, again, especially those of us who have lost everything, and because I was able to listen to most of tonight's meeting, most importantly, because I got to talk to a very dear friend and one of our neighbors who did lose everything. And from what we've been hearing tonight, I am in favor of the 21 code. I do believe that all the resources that will be brought to bear to help our community build resiliently, affordably, comfortably, and to a high degree of efficiency, that those resources are going to come to pass. But I also heard from our neighbor, who I was certain would support the 21 codes, that they also feel up against this time pressure. And that although their insurance is pretty darn good, they're also underinsured. That's an entirely different issue that the insurance commissioner has talked about on several Zoom calls over the past month and will continue to do so. So I think we need more deliberation, despite the fact that our neighbors are up against the wall with all of these timing issues. If we rush to judgment, we lose the potential to truly help our community today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kendra Stockebrand. You might be muted on your end.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kendra Stockebrand. My husband Paul is here with me. Our house at 824 Trail Ridge Drive was burned down in the Marshall Fire. I'm going to note first that we believe we are underinsured. Of course, it's truly an unknown at the moment. We would speculate that that could be to the tune of $200,000 to $300,000. And I use that conservatively because our expectation is we will do what we can to manage our costs and potentially do some work ourselves. And I'll tell you that we both already have full-time daytime jobs, but we will do what we can strategically to manage these costs. And we have in the past as well. So I'm going to speak to the ordinance and the net zero requirements. But in the past, we have we installed a whole house attic fan to help with our energy efficiency. We put the temperature up a couple degrees in the summer and a couple degrees lower in the winter. And, you know, we do strategic things. We will buy quality windows. What I have a problem with is the requirements in the net zero requirement that require me to really spend capital now that is potentially never to be used. So things like a larger power panel, pulling power for future all-electric appliances, or installing the electric vehicle readiness. And these are all items that are going to cost me now, which are potentially something I likely would not choose at all. I will note that I have no vehicle today. I lost it in the fire. I might likely have to put those finances towards the building of the house. So as far as a zero footprint, will I get credit for walking or riding my bike because I can't afford a vehicle after I build my house? So those are our challenges. No business savvy person would spend capital today that will potentially never be used. Don't make us do that, please. On a personal note, I'll say, I'm telling friends and neighbors that I call this phase the phase of excessive unknowns. Please remove some of those unknowns. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Bridget Sargent. You might be muted on your end. Oh, there we go.
Thank you. I have a comment about that first confusing chart. I think that it needs to show total energy costs, not just electricity costs, to be something that gives us an accurate picture of what's going on. So if they could add that, I would find it personally helpful. And my comment on the school one way out, I've thought of that for years. I'm on Coal Creek Ranch South. I lost my house. I'm on Troon Court. We had two ways out, and that was a little bit hairy. I worry about Coal Creek Ranch North. They have one way out. So maybe if some people don't choose not to build and sell their property, maybe there's a way to add more ways out of the neighborhood. And then finally, as someone that lost their home, I'm starting to do research on the 21 requirements. And I don't think they're as expensive as we think. I do worry about the supply chain of getting some of those things. But I'm not ready to throw that baby out with the bathwater yet. So that's my comment on those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Alan and Julie.
My name is Alan Halpern. Our house stood at 1039 Turnberry Circle. We lost it and everything in it on the 30th. I think it may be, I want to underscore Councilman Dickinson's question. I think there are three issues that are being conflated here, and the code change is being presented as a solution for all of them, and that's not realistic. The first issue is chronic underinsurance. So I think I've heard numbers ranging from 200,000 to as high as $1 million for underinsurance. The second are overall building costs being extraordinarily high. And the third is code change. The answer on underinsurance is going to be a class action lawsuit or action by the Division of Insurance or legislation. The response on building costs is going to be market forces. If the numbers that we've heard are correct on the cost of net zero building, and they've been argued both sides this evening, and even if they're wrong by a magnitude of 100%, I think I've heard from a number of neighbors who may be unable to build, period, and the building codes actually are going to be irrelevant to that decision. So it may be helpful, and the survey sent out today may help answer the question. There are going to be some people who can't afford to rebuild. There are going to be some people who are adequately insured or have the resources to be able to build back to code. And then there's going to be a middle group where $20,000 to $60,000 in incremental cost may actually tip the balance. And figuring out how many people are in that position and how much of a difference a repeal of the code might make is worth doing the analysis on. I understand that time is of the essence, and I understand that we all feel under pressure. We have 24 months of temporary living insurance. I suspect the Division of Insurance is going to try to push that out as we get out 20 months. And I have no expectation that our houses are going to build back in 2 years. I think that's wholly unrealistic. But I think to jump to a solution of repealing the building code because it will make us feel better at this point, when it may not necessarily change our decisions on rebuilding, may be too quick. I think that's it.
Thank you. Next in the queue, we have Carolyn Steffel.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments. First, about the wildland urban interface. I do not think it's appropriate at all to be considering new changes to the building code. Even the most generous insurance policies are not going to cover changes to the code that were adopted after the incident that destroyed the homes. And so I also believe that this is not truly a wildland urban interface. We are in a suburban area, and it is a fluke that this happened, but I do not believe that we need to build to the standards we need to be if we were in the foothills and in a truly forested area. I do not think those are appropriate. Secondly, in terms of net zero, I'm very opposed to net zero being applied to these homes that were destroyed by the fire. They will be built to a more energy efficient standard, so you are still achieving your energy efficient goals just by having them rebuilt to modern standards. However, I feel that this applies almost like a tax on the individuals who have had their homes destroyed. Our home was facing such that we could not put solar panels on. It was a north-south facing house, and the slope of the roofs did not allow for solar panels to be put on. So you're basically requiring us to buy solar power at a higher cost when our neighbors whose homes were not destroyed would not be required to buy solar power at that additional cost. So it is just an extra cost every year that acts like a tax on us. In terms of the law and ordinance provisions of the insurance policies, one way to handle this would be to keep some of the other energy efficiency requirements in the code, not counting net zero. I think net zero should be waived for everyone, but for the 2021 code, you could keep it on the books and allow variances for anyone if their insurance policy does not cover it. But I do not believe that so either waiving it or allowing variance would be the way to go, but that way the insurance could cover it if it's covered by insurance, but otherwise allowing very generous variances would be very helpful. In terms of the timing, I agree. We need decisions very quickly if we are to move forward and cooperate with builders and tell them what they need. And I've lived in Louisville for over 20 years. This is not a new build. This is a rebuild. This is not a situation where you're talking about a requirement for new builds. You have to understand that we are residents that are long-term residents, and we're just trying to get back to what we had. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are at 9:15. So we'll need to continue this item to a future meeting. Just to summarize some of the early questions council had asked for information on, we'd like to have information back on law and ordinance coverage, just specifically around legal definitions of how that applies, if it varies across different people's policies. We've already requested from the insurance commissioner some coverage levels. We could push on that again, and the ordinance and law coverage numbers specifically. There were questions about costs going back in time. There were some questions about more information on the WUI, and I definitely heard some comments to try to get more information on particular programs that we can say are committed to at this time for financial resources on either the existing codes that are in place that people can build to now, or on the WUI codes. I think there were some, I know staff was taking really good notes on all the questions and comments that came across, but those are a brief summary of some of the types of questions. I think Councilmember Most, additionally, I wasn't trying to forget yours, asked for some information on cost savings associated with natural gas use. And there were some questions about representing the information in the table, just maybe some snapshots in specific cases like a monthly data and an upfront cost. So those were the types of things I think we're hoping to have when we come back and discuss this. It seems like we should include the insurance commissioner when we discuss this again and talk about insurance on the front end of it, so we can understand that too. And then I would suggest we include, there were a number of comments made tonight. There were a number of people that weren't able to make their comments. So if folks email those in, we'll include them as addendum. And there were some additional pieces of information folks were suggesting they would send us. So with that summary, we will bring this back at a later date. And we all are working under this time is of the essence goal and mission. I mean, we really are focused on that. And so I think if we have to break things apart and break out the wildland urban interface piece apart from the fire code and energy code, I think that makes sense, so that we can bring things back more urgently. We could delay on some of those discussions if we have to make a decision on time and staff load and being able to bring these things forward. Anything I missed that people feel like wasn't captured in the minutes or is critical to the feel of the discussion? All right. Thank you. And so we will continue that to a date uncertain, and staff will bring it back when that material is presented and ready to come together for us. So our next topic this evening is resolution number 4, series 2022, a resolution waiving building permit fees for demolition of structures damaged or destroyed by the Marshall Fire. If we could just have a very brief presentation from our planning director, Rob Zucchero.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. So we're presenting for your consideration a resolution that would waive demolition permit fees for anybody who has a damaged or destroyed home from the fire. We will be administering demolition permits for any home that isn't opting into the county coordinated debris removal program. We're really not sure how many permits that will be. Based on some discussions we've had with other communities that have had coordinated debris removal, we might estimate somewhere around 100 to 140 permits. that we'll be administering a demolition permit on. So waiver of the fee could help expedite debris removal. Where there's certainly concerns about air and water pollution issues and health issues with the debris being done quickly would be helpful. So a waiver of the fee could help with that. We've certainly heard a lot about underinsurance and costs, and so a waiver of the fee could be in consideration of that as well. We are proposing a time limit that would provide some incentive for people to remove debris and demolition, conduct the demolition quickly. So the resolution before you would have a limit of June 30th. So they would have to pull their demo permit by June 30th to take advantage of the fee waiver. So that's what staff is proposing. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council members on this ordinance? Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Thank you. I don't have a question. I really have more of a statement. I'm sorry, I had technical difficulties, but I was going to recommend that we move this item behind item C. I think they're interlinked. Making a decision or understanding where we are with the debris removal of the overall program does impact how many people will potentially use this. So that's just a statement. I would not want to make any action on this particular item until we've had that discussion and have more information from the city manager. Thank you.
So what we can do is we could, someone could make a motion to reorder the agenda so we could consider item C ahead of item B. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
I'll make a motion to reorder the agenda so that we consider item 7C before item 7B.
Is there a second?
Sure, I'll second that.
Any discussion on the motion? All right, so everybody stay tuned. We'll be right back to the, oh, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you, everyone. So please stay tuned. We'll be right back to that topic of waiving building permit fees for demolition, and we'll move on to the discussion and direction of private property debris removal expenditures. We'll have an update from our city manager, Jeff Durbin.
Thank you, Mayor. Given the hour, I'll try to keep this presentation brief, but by way of an update on the comprehensive private property debris removal program, as previously referenced. So what we're doing is we're working to coordinate a program that on a comprehensive basis removes debris from private properties. This would occur in Louisville, Superior, and unincorporated Boulder County. Our staff has been working hard with Boulder County staff and Town of Superior staff to put together an application. The application would go to FEMA. That was submitted to FEMA on Monday. And the request is basically that we're asking FEMA to provide funding for this program. Preliminary numbers, and there's bids were due today, so we're in the process of reviewing the bids for this work, but preliminary numbers, it might be in the range, if this could be low, high, but in the range of say $75,000 per lot to remove all this debris. And we've seen, we've heard people talk lower numbers and higher numbers. We'll see what the bids come in at. But just speaking to Louisville, 550 plus properties, that's about 42 or $43 million. So this would be an expensive program, but the goal here is to get, as Planning Director Zaccaro said, there's hazardous materials out there, there's sharp pointy objects. We want to clear up this public health problem that we have in our community as quickly as possible and move through this process quickly so that our property owners can move back to reconstruction and moving back into the city as soon as possible as well. So the review process for FEMA is they've told us within a couple weeks they hope to have an answer to us. So that was submitted again on Monday. So a couple weeks or so from now, hoping to know whether or not they will provide funding for this. But given the numbers that I talked about, those are big numbers. And, when we talk about the underinsurance issue and everything else, these are the types of things that we're trying to do to help move this recovery along quickly in an economical and efficient way. And tying this together with the demo permit fees, when the county, on behalf of all three of these entities, hires a contractor to go and do this debris removal on this comprehensive basis, we wouldn't be seeking demolition permits from individual property owners. So I think there's a bit of an equity thing too when I look at the alignment of this with individuals wanting to move forward on their own. We want to respect that some people might want to move forward on their own, but we want to help move this along as quickly as possible as well. So tying these two together, there's definitely an overlap and a connection between the two of these. But the goal of both is to help property owners recover and rebuild as quickly as possible. So that's the big picture on this. And we'll be coming back with more information, hopefully really soon, as far as FEMA answers on these questions and where we go from there.
Thank you, City Manager Durbin. Any questions on the discussion direction, private property debris removal expenditure update from council members? All right, any members of the public have any comments on the private property debris removal expenditure update? Seeing none, it takes us back to any other council questions and comments. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Thank you, City Manager. One question, you quoted $43 million. Does that include the foundations as well?
Yes, that includes the foundations as well as soil testing.
And driveways?
At this point, that does not include driveways or sidewalks.
Okay, well, I think we all think this is an important program. And, some of the public comment and us counselors have talked about what we would like to see, what we hope to see. And certainly I hope that we will get 100% funding from FEMA on this. I think that is a critical aspect of this, and it's critical for everybody who has had this great loss. The other part is, I think that everybody would like to see this done quickly. I know I've seen people even talking about neighborhoods trying to get ahead of other neighborhoods, and I know the county has a process for that, but and the other piece certainly is whatever other state and federal funding is available. We want to make sure that we take advantage of whatever is available for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from folks? This is really one of those pieces where I just want to thank the staff for working so urgently. This step in the process in other communities has been a hurdle that creates delay, and our staff have really pushed the message that the community and council have gotten behind of urgency on this from a public health and safety standpoint and from an urgency of getting folks back home. This is a substantial cost. It is a substantial risk to the city from a fiscal standpoint, not having to go into this not knowing how the cost will be covered. And I'm very impressed with the way the staff has led on this. And there is a very big risk here, and there's also a very big reward to community members who need this help. So thank you for working through that, and I'm hopeful, and we'll all continue to work with our contacts. So anybody, if you haven't bothered your best friend Congressman lately, today's the day to do it again, and just remind them the application's in. They've been very supportive of us, so don't get me wrong, but it's a good thing to remind everybody. So I don't see any other questions or comments from council members, and I don't believe there's a vote needed on this update. Is that right, City Manager Durbin? All right.
Correct. No action at this point.
Thank you. And so that takes us to our next item, which was our previous item, resolution number 4, series 2022, a resolution waiving building permit fees for demolition of structures damaged or destroyed by the Marshall Fire. And so with that, Director Zakira, did you want to add anything to reframe us?
Well, I don't have anything else to add, but again, happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
Thanks, Mayor. Not to cut off the discussion, but to frame the discussion, I'll go ahead and move this ordinance.
Is there a
Second.
second? Okay, thank you. So there's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 4, a resolution waiving building permit fees for demolition of structures damaged or destroyed by the fire. I'll turn it over to members of the public if they care to comment on this agenda item. Christian?
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can.
Christian Dino, 967 El Dorado Lane. I just wanted to speak briefly in regards to the time limit that was before mentioned in order to expedite these things. While I agree that it's needed to kind of push everyone to expedite, I guess the concern that I have is in regards to item 7C with the private property debris removal program. We don't know the timelines of that. So for those of us who have opted in, if that June 30th date comes and goes, and 4 or 5 months later, our properties still aren't being cleaned, I think there needs to be some exception made to allow for those no-cost permits if the county program is not being handled in a timely fashion. Having bid on a number of RFPs and RFQs with government entities, I know that can be a long process from the time that the RFP is received today, that it could take a while before a notice of award is issued and could take quite a bit longer before an executed contract is awarded, especially with contingencies in the RFP being if and when money is received by FEMA in order to fund the program. So I would ask that there be an exception to that date, that if someone's property has not been cleaned by the county and they have opted into that program, that they can still be considered for a zero-cost permit at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Jim.
Yeah, speaking of that as well, I mean, it doesn't sound like you're doing a complete demolition. Does it include retaining walls? And you said no driveways, but how can you rebuild who knows what home if you don't really know how it's going to set on the property, and maybe that driveway's got to go? When I spoke with my insurance company, they said that if FEMA went through and cleaned everything out and they left something, then I would have to arrange for removing whatever's left. And so I would have to contact them at that time, and I'm sure that won't be by June 30th or whatever the deadline date is.
Thank you. Any other members of the public care to comment on this topic? Right, back over to council members for discussion. Any council discussion of the resolution? I think I'm open to some amended language to try to address the concern of future unknowns, but I think in this case it's important to waive this to make it clear that it's happening, and then on June 30th we can assess if there needs to be an additional action taken for people who are opted in now that may want to opt out later. But if there's a way that someone can craft something from the dais, I'm not totally opposed to that either. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
I was going to make a similar comment. And maybe Director Zuccaro could comment on this. I mean, the June 30th, when I read it, it seemed quick. And I'm not stuck on it having to be June 30th. So I guess I'd like the planning director let us know. What if we said it was September 30th? I understand having a date there. I think it's important. 3 more months or whatever might be okay. But Rob, do you have a comment?
Yeah, well, sorry, I thought you were asking a question about the date. So I would just respond that there's no magic to that date. We didn't pick that date for a particular reason other than we wanted to try to expedite debris removal and incentivize it. I think a date further out into the year is appropriate if council and everybody is comfortable with that, extending it out.
Well, I personally am. And I guess I would offer a friendly amendment. We change that date to September 30th, 2022. Knowing, as the mayor said, we can always revisit that given where we're at with the rest of the cleanup.
So who was the mover? Councilmember Brown. So
I was.
friendly
Yes.
amendment. Do you
Yeah,
accept the friendly amendment to
I
September?
accept that. That's perfectly fine. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
And then
And that was me, and yes, I do.
you accept your own amendment. Great. So my only concern with that amendment, Mayor Pro Tem Maloney, is so there are a group of people who are opted out now in February. And we are trying, our internal goal is to have everything done, in 6 months. And we're trying to push for sooner than that, but that's kind of a goal we've set for ourselves. And so if people have opted out now, and they know that now, they'll be done by June 30th. But I think that the point Christian brought up was really good of like, well, people are allowed to opt out later if they've not gotten around to their property. So I think it's just for that subset that I was sort of hoping to extend it. Because you really don't want people who opted out from the onset to drag on. Like we all are, and they're not going to. Everyone, they opted out because they can do it faster and they're on a good path. So, and this doesn't kill me. September 30th is fine, but
I'm not going to die on this sword. I think the comments from the public were very good, and I think we should listen to those. And I was just offering up one idea. Your idea is a little more sophisticated than what I offered up. So if you want to do a friendly amendment.
I'm trying to think through, there's one of the things that folks have raised as an issue in other areas are people who go on their own and then do not complete debris removal. And then you have a new set of issues, and maybe that can't be solved with this action. We may have to take a future action to address that. So,
Okay.
you can't solve everything with one resolution. So I can get over it. Councilmember Dickinson.
Yeah, I like the earlier date for kind of setting an expectation of we're trying to get through this quicker. And then I think stating here and in general that we're absolutely open. We don't want to punish people for not having been able to do it or they were opted in. It hasn't happened. So I think we're all on the same page. I like the earlier date because it kind of sets that expectation that that's what we're trying to accomplish. And we really don't want. And so actually, Rob, I assume that permit is good for a pretty long period of time. How long is that demolition permit good for?
Sure. So once you pull your demolition permit, you'd really be expected to begin work within 180 days or else it would expire.
Okay. So anyways, I'm okay with either, but I'd prefer we leave it at the original June date and then we can move it if necessary later.
So Councilmember Dickinson, in light of your comment, did you feel that way to the point that you're going to make a substitute motion, or are we okay voting on the motion that's on the floor?
Substitute motion to substitute motion?
There was a friendly amendment. So there's
a friendly amendment.
Or right now, yeah.
Okay. Well, I would like to make a substitute motion that we approve as presented.
Is there a second? I completely I understand the sentiment, and I think we may be overthinking things at 9:38 tonight. So I think we'll go back and we'll vote on the motion as amended. So we're voting on whether or not to approve resolution number 4, series 2022, with the date being amended to September 30th, 2022 in the section 3 of the resolution. Is everyone clear what we're voting on? Thank you. City Clerk Beath, could we please have a roll call on the motion?
Councilmember Fahey?
Yes.
Mayor Stolzman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney?
Yes.
Councilmember Lay?
Yes.
Councilmember Dickinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Most?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. And so that takes us to resolution D. Item D on our agenda tonight, which is resolution number 5, series 2022, a resolution to change ward boundaries for the city of Louisville, Colorado to conform to constitutional apportionment requirements. City Clerk Meredith Muth is going to tell us about this. Good evening. You're on mute.
I should know that, shouldn't I? So, before you this evening is three options for how to redistrict the city through 3 wards. So the city charter states that every 10 years with the census information, the city should reevaluate the wards. By charter, they are supposed to be within a 5% population of one another. Our current wards are not within a 5% of each other, particularly Ward 1 is quite a bit larger than the others. So presented to you in the packet are 3 options for ward boundaries. The most significant change is moving a large section north of South Boulder Road from Ward 1 into Ward 2. The other changes are relatively minor, although a 3rd option was added at Councilmember Dickinson's request that would put Lewisville Elementary into Ward 1. So that has a little change there, moving some sections of Ward 1 south of Pine Street. So I know the visual descriptions, me explaining them are a little difficult. So if you want me to bring up maps, I can, but the 3 options in front of you would bring all the wards into compliance with the 5% population difference between them. So it's up to you which you might like to consider this evening, or if you want to look at something different, we can bring something else back at a later date.
Do folks need to see the graphics on the screen? Everybody has access to it in their packet. Is everybody okay without putting them on the screen? Councilmember Lay, just on that one point.
I think it would be good, mostly because we still have 150 people on the line, may not have seen the maps. It might be nice to just at least flash them for a few seconds to let people see them.
All right, thank you.
Can everyone see that?
Yes, we can.
That is option A. If you can see my cursor, there's a little bit of change up here. This change in particular is the big one. It's a little different here than what you'll see here in option B, which changes it a little bit here. There's a little bit of changes over here. And then option C, as I noted earlier, puts Lewisville Elementary here into Ward 1. So it changes the boundary from Ward 1 and 2 from Pine Street to adding this section down here. There are a few more changes there to accommodate that, but this is actually the ward that has the population numbers the most close together. So those are your 3 options.
Thank you very much. So we have some council discussion, but ahead of that, I guess I'll take public comment on this topic. Are there any members of the public that would care to comment on the redistricting? Seeing none, that takes us to our council discussion and comments. Councilmember Dickinson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on my request that we have an option that includes Lewisville Elementary School in Ward 1. As we all know, or most of us might know, Coal Creek Elementary School used to be in Ward 1. And I think, the first comment is these 3 options are so much better than our current ward map, in my opinion. I think they're way more compact and way more really well done. So I just want to compliment staff on all 3 options. I think all 3 are better than what we have today. And as a council member in Ward 1, I did feel a little detached from the Coal Creek school community. And I think it does make a lot of sense for that school to be in Ward 2. I think that neighborhood in general, and including the school. And so I was just hoping that there'd be a shift where LES would join Ward 1, as that seemed kind of appropriate. And it's been pointed out to me, and I think it's fair that, obviously schools don't vote, and it's a little bit unnecessary maybe to worry too much about what schools are in which ward. And so I think that's a reasonable point as well. But I'm happy that there's at least an option, and so we don't go around twice. My least favorite of the 3 is B, because it leaves a neighborhood up in the north. If you want to put the map up, there's option B has a northern neighborhood that really gets cut off from the rest of Ward 1, which I don't love. So I'll let Meredith kind of take her cursor up there for option B. I don't think is that B?
That's option B, yeah.
Okay. Are you able to zoom into the top? There's a little, apologies. So yeah, if you can take your cursor to the top, it's not, yeah, right there to the south, that neighborhood right there. The road goes east, and that neighborhood is very much a part of that rest of that neighborhood. And so I feel option A, if you click over to A real quick, you'll see that neighborhood is included in this map. So that's what I like A more than B, because I think it fixes that better. And then also map B has, again, 3 elementary schools, Louisville, Fireside, and Monarch, all in Ward 3, and then Coal Creek in Ward 2, and nothing in Ward 1. So I like A better than B because of the neighborhood thing I pointed out. And then also it puts 2 schools in Ward 2, 2 schools in Ward 3, and still no schools in Ward 1. So my favorite is map C, obviously, because it adds LES into Ward 1, and otherwise has 2 elementary schools in Ward 3, 1 in Ward 2. And I think the choices they made to put Ward 3 farther west and actually encapsulate that entire neighborhood. If you go to C, it moves Ward 3 to the police station, rec center, and that neighborhood. I think that to me looks pretty like a good delineation of that neighborhood. Doesn't cut it in half. So those are my thoughts. But again, I'll just end with, I think all 3 maps are way better than what we're currently under. So I'm excited that there'll be a shift. And obviously we had to with the numbers. And I'll miss 2,000 of my residents. It'll be sad.
Thanks, Councilmember Dickinson. Councilmember Lay.
Yeah, I think that I think what Council Member Dickinson said about Ward 1 particularly is good. I would mention we still have LMS, so we're not without a school no matter what happens. But I think there is, if you will, community of interest there that would certainly augur for including that area south of Pine Street in the area. I think it's challenging up north to know exactly where to cut it, but I think map C is probably preferable from my standpoint. I know I'm really going to be very interested in what the other wards have to say. I know our own ward an awful lot better, right? Because I know that there's one of the maps does, you've got 2 big commercial districts in Ward 3 on that map on C. And I don't know if that matters that much. I guess we'll find out. But I think I like C first, A next, and I don't like B. So there we go. Thanks.
Councilmember Most.
So not to ascribe any negative or ulterior motives to any of my fellow council members, but I'm extremely uncomfortable with the process of this city council making edits to this map, any of these maps. To me, that's gerrymandering. I don't care if it's to put a school in, I don't care what the reason is. I'm totally happy to have a discussion among the city council about principles that we want to have respected in our redistricting process. And whether that means including a school or connecting neighborhoods or whatever those principles are, I think it's a perfectly reasonable discussion to have some principles around map drawing. But I am totally uncomfortable with the idea of individual council members injecting themselves into this process. These maps should be drawn independently. No single council member should be making suggestions about what the maps look like. We should have, if we're going to have a discussion, I think the discussion should be had at this level. And, whatever principles we want to apply, that's fine. But I'm uncomfortable making modifications to 2 independent maps that were drawn so that we could have independently drawn districts. At any level of government, I am uncomfortable with elected officials inserting themselves into a process of rejigging map drawing.
Councilmember Fahey.
Thank you. Yes, I will just say that of the three, I prefer number one or A, whichever way you want to number them.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney?
Thank you, Mayor. The comments made by Councilor Most, I wouldn't use words like jigging and stuff, but I do appreciate the sentiment. This should be an administrative process where we take a recommendation from the city clerk. And I believe, in the city clerk, you'll have to remind me, but I believe that you recommended B when we had this on the agenda a couple of weeks ago. Is that correct?
I believe B, when we had it on the agenda a few weeks ago, had the closest population numbers, but that was the only
That was the only criteria. Well, I could support A or B. My preference is B, but I would support A. Thank you.
Not seeing other hands up on this topic. I guess just like backing out to the process. When I ran for mayor, it was very obvious that Ward 1 was much bigger than the other wards. When it's like I had a plan and maps and door knocking, and Ward 1 was much bigger than the other two wards. And so I think this census readjustment is really important. I think we all think that to get them more closely balanced. And so I think all the options accomplish that, and that's something to be proud of. When I think about the point of, and these conversations have gone back in our city for a long time, should wards be distinctly different? Like, should you have neighborhoods all separated? Or should you, have a pie where you radiate out from the center and you sort of divide the city just in compact ways that way? Or should you do we want north, central, south, or we want east, central, west? So there's lots of sort of philosophies, and it's been debated time and time again in the city. And, should you keep this neighborhood together, or is it good to have, representation from that neighborhood in two areas? We got one letter saying from downtown businesses saying it was really good to have more council members focused on downtown, so they liked that it was split. And so there are a lot of philosophies and things like that. I guess when I look at the maps just visually, the most compact looking map, in my opinion, looks like B. I understand the point you made, Councilmember Dickinson, about where the neighborhood bends are and things like that, and the way that we have subdivisions built. There are not through streets between neighborhoods, but just from a visual division of geography and a balancing of population, map B looks like it's just all it's done is divided it into three equal areas that are equal in population. So that one seemed to fulfill the task at hand best to me. But I appreciate the debate that everyone has engaged in this evening. Any other comments from council members? Councilmember Brown?
I think I've heard a couple of people say that they prefer option B, so I'm gonna go ahead and move option B. I think I prefer that map as well, and I think given that it was the previous recommendation from the clerk, I'm comfortable with this being a very administrative process as well. So I'll move option B.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion on the motion from folks?
Uh-oh.
I think you don't. Yeah, okay. I'm not seeing any other discussion from people on the motion or any other comments. So City Clerk Booth, could we please have a roll call on the motion?
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney,
Yes.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey,
Yes.
Mayor Stolzman,
Yes.
Councilmember Dickinson,
No.
Councilmember Most,
Yes.
Councilmember Lay.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. That takes us to our next agenda topic this evening. And just for folks that are still tuned in and watching, I'll just kind of describe that we have a process in the city where we first have to set a public hearing. So what we're doing tonight is setting several public hearings, and that way the staff can publish in the newspapers and online at City Hall the date of the public hearing. So what we're doing tonight may seem like we're just taking rapid action, but what we're doing is setting the dates of hearings when we will discuss these topics at a later time. And so that's why we will move through them quickly and without public comment. So first up is item E, ordinance number 1821, series 2021, an ordinance approving a 10th amendment to the Centennial Valley General Development Plan to allow a private school use at 168 Centennial Parkway. This is the first reading and we'll set the public hearing for 2/15/2022. Is there a motion in that manner?
Motion.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, everyone. Next, I'll move we approve ordinance number 1815, series 2021, an ordinance approving a 7th amendment to the Dakota General Development Plan to allow up to 59 dwelling units and 20,000 square feet of commercial development. This is our first reading. And we'll set the public hearing for 2/15/2022. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, everyone. The motion carries. Next is ordinance number 1822, series 2021, an ordinance amending chapter 3.24 of the Louisville Municipal Code regarding the tax and fee business assistance program. This is our first reading and we'll set the public hearing for March 1st, 2022. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. And so at this point, we can allocate a little bit of time for folks who had wanted to make a comment on a topic that was not on our agenda tonight. So if we did have it on our agenda, it's not really for this period, but if there was someone who had a topic at the beginning of the meeting that was an item not on our agenda, and you weren't able to make it because we had to cut the time off, please raise your hand and tell us what you'd like to tell us now. Seeing none, that takes us to our city attorney's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report this evening.
Thank you, City Attorney Kelly. And that takes us to our council comments, committee reports, and identification of future agenda items. Any committee reports or future agenda topics? I would like just normally I do mayor's messages with staff and I just work, to issue them through our channels. But I think given the amount of questions and the volume of information, it would be really nice to issue a message from the mayor and council and just mail it to folks at home because we really don't have everyone's address and we're getting so many questions and about what's going on, what are you doing, what's being worked on. So if I sort of get the nod of everyone, I'll work with Mayor Pro Tem Maloney and Gloria on getting a message that we can put out to community members, kind of letting them know the types of things that we're working on and like the things that are happening right now so that we don't, on one hand, so we can tell people about the things that we're working on and get input on the things that they hope we're working on and dispel some misinformation that is persisting in the community. Does that seem okay to folks for us to work on a letter?
Mayor, can you also post that?
Sure,
letter
yeah.
Online and email it as well?
Yeah, we have our normal channels that we do, and that's how we usually do the mayor's message, but it just doesn't reach everybody.
Right.
So surely. Councilmember Lay?
Yeah, I guess a couple of things on that. Well, one, I want to make sure that we're going to pick up with comments. The people who weren't able to speak tonight are going to have an opportunity to come back and speak if they choose to, right?
Yeah, we'll have this agenda item again that was on, and they'll have it. Absolutely. And they can, and Councilmember Lay on that point, very good. Like they can also email in. It's not limited to just sitting through a council meeting. There's lots of ways.
Of course. Another piece, I guess, is and I trust you all to come up with a good language for whatever goes out. I guess I hope you be mindful that really long communications are gonna, I think, just overwhelm. I worry a little bit just about that because there are so many things going on. And there is plenty of misinformation out there, and but I'll, enough said. The other thing is, let's see, no, that can wait. Thanks.
Any other committee reports or council comments or identification of future agenda items? I know a future agenda item that we've previously identified is talking about the Monarch access. And I know our city manager's been working with the school district to have a better understanding on the staff side before that comes to council. So that's out there as a future agenda topic that needs to be added, but the staff need to do some work before that gets agenda'd. Any other future agenda topics that we don't already know about? All right. Not seeing any and not seeing any other council comments or committee reports. I'll see you guys all on Thursday morning for our study session. Have a great night.